Good evening. An intriguing night starts in store in Amsterdam after an unprecedented first-round performance by the local players, which saw 6 of the 8 seeds knocked out. So now it's a wide-open field, and who will be the Dutch master at the end of the night?
And who will take the Dutch darts masters here in Amsterdam?
It's time to play the magnificent from Watermena.
It's not been her night.
The machine is in control, and off he goes. The Dutch destroyers on the rampage.
Dutch delight again in Amsterdam. Wow, what a performance this is. Flexing the keys.
Absolutely cracker.
Sudden night for the Dutch in Amsterdam.
Well, it's fair to say that the standard of the Dutch local challenges is rather higher than those in New York or Copenhagen on the first 2 legs of the World Series tour. But perhaps few people might have predicted 6 locals winning their first round matches here. Jermaine Watermena, Vincent van der Voort needed last leg deciders to see off Welsh stars Johnny Clayton and Gerwyn Price. Michael van Gerwen lost to Danny Noppert on his comeback from wrist surgery. And there were also impressive performances from Mike Kuyvenhoven, Martijn Kleermaker and Dirk van Dijvenbode. And Kleermaker and van Dijvenbode meet in the first quarter-final. The winner of that match will then take on either James Wade or Kuyvenhoven in the semi-finals later. Belgian Dimitri van den Berg, he's the Nordic Darts Masters champion and is up against Watermena, with Noppert up against MVG's great buddy Van der Voort. The World Series finals will be back in Amsterdam in September, and we will be live from the Dutch capital. And we cannot wait to get there, get on our bikes, have a little saunter around and watch some phenomenal darts in a wonderful atmosphere, because the thing is, the Dutch quite like the darts, as we've established over the years, having been there many times. It's wonderful, isn't it? Chris Mason, Alan Warren a little here. I mean, 3/4 of the local players, Chris, have gone through, but it's not exactly a darting backwater, is it?
No, a great darting nation, of course, over there in the Netherlands. So, I mean, there were still some shocks in there. I certainly didn't expect Vincent to defeat Gerwyn Price, especially, although Gerwyn's not been in the greatest form. Michael Smith was a big shot. I mean, that's going into that game, I think he was 41 from 47, only losing 6 matches in the last 47 he's competed in. Not a shock with Danny Noppert. I mean, it was a fabulous game, and in the end, he just broke Michael up a little bit emotionally rather than physically on the board. And he's playing very well at the moment, Danny. But yeah, it's not a shock. And of course, we played a World Series final over there before, but this is the first time we've actually played a World Series tour event. So we've got the cream of the cream. I think the lowest ranked player with a tour card is Meulenkamp at 53.
Yeah, and so 6 of the 8 Dutchmen through, but not the highest ranked one, as you were saying, Michael van Gerwen out. Not a surprise for Chris. Were you surprised at all in the circumstances?
Not particularly. It would have been favourite, obviously, but you can read into his wrist injury, his wrist operation rather, as much as you want to. But I mean, the first 4 or 5 legs, they were both averaging 115, 116, somewhere around there. So the quality was still there from both players. You have to remember, Danny, a recent major winner with the UK Open.
It was just relentless from Noppert, wasn't it? He didn't give him a time to just sort of settle and get into the match. I mean, there looked absolutely nothing wrong with him physically there.
Michael should have made it 5 apiece. He had a big chance to make it 5 apiece and take it to the last leg, and as we know, anything can happen in the last leg decider. But a great win for Danny. But I mean, all the Dutch players, including Michael, inspired by the Orange Army in there. I mean, they were so loud. We've been there before, haven't we? So loud, and I think it inspired all the other players on, especially the ones that beat the top 4 players in the world, who have gone home, but they still all averaged well into the 90s.
They inspired us to perform better when we were there. We had to be at the top of our game.
I think I went AWOL the last time I was in Amsterdam.
Yeah, we didn't see you for a couple of days.
No,
what happened?
I don't know.
Al was brilliant, though, in your absence.
Yeah.
So, Michael van Gerwen not there, but he lives on in the spirit of his very best mate, Vincent van der Voort, who beat Gerwyn Price last night. He was inspired by the crowd as well, but he reckoned he didn't play too well.
Yeah, I mean, he was 2-0 down, and he was looking like he was going to get railroaded, and he produced 4 13 dart legs in that fight back. He averaged just over 96, which is 6 more than his seasonal average so far this year. But Vinny can be a glass half empty kind of guy, can't he?
Price did miss a lot of doubles, didn't he?
Yeah.
At crucial times. And when you've got the crowd on your side like Vincent, you think, well, this is a chance. He took it, and then the pressure then goes on your opponent all the way through the rest of the match.
Yeah, so 6 Dutchmen still in there. I mean, very talented ones, the likes of Van Dijvenbode as well. I mean, who would you put your money on to win it?
Well, most people would go for Danny because he's won a major and he's just beaten Michael van Gerwen. But for me, the player in form is Dirk van Dijvenbode. He's playing so well on the Pro Tour. He's the leading Dutchman, actually, on the Players' Championship Order of Merit in front of Michael van Gerwen. He's won a Players' Championship this year. He's been in the final in a few other later stages, and he just seems to be getting better in terms of his body language, because he used to put himself under pressure too much, and now he's going up there. He always has that little bit of aggression, which we all like, but it's got to be channeled right, and he's starting to boost some goods, isn't he?
And his June form is absolutely phenomenal, as Michael likes to say. Yeah, he's hitting the big numbers, lots of 180s, on average a 180 every 2.5 legs, which is right up there with the best of any of them.
I love the fact that we got 6 Dutchmen out of 8, and yet it could still be a James Wade versus.
Well, it's got
Denny
James
van
Wade
den Berg
written all
final,
over it,
hasn't
this one, hasn't it? The top 4 seeds gone, and he just does what he does. But yeah, I think maybe Dimitri.
OK, they won't like that, will they? But never mind. Let's hear from tonight's first quarter-finalist now. Dan Dawson's been speaking to Martijn Kleermaker and Dirk van Dijvenbode.
Dirk, some start to the tournament for you last night, taking out the world champion and world number 1. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
No, ranking-wise, definitely not. And beating a world champion on television is always nice.
You enjoying it this weekend? Is this just a chance to showcase your talents, or is this something that you feel, I need to perform, I need to step up and show everyone how good I am?
I want to make at least another final this year on a TV event. I'm planning on winning one, but hopefully it happens. So this is just another TV tournament that I want to win. But I don't look farther than my next game.
Well, your next game, Martijn Kleermaker, 2 big, high-scoring, exciting Dutchmen. This is going to be good, isn't it?
Can be good. Yeah, what I said, it will be. We both don't know who the crowd will support, or whoever brings the most people in. So it's a bit, you don't know what to expect, and the only thing I can focus on is my own game. And yeah, after yesterday, I thought I have to raise my game a little bit more than I played yesterday if I want to win this event. So yeah, hopefully I'll do that.
Martijn, beating the form man on the planet in front of your home crowd. What an experience this weekend is already turning out to be for you.
Yeah, that was really amazing. Michael Smith, in this moment, probably the best player in the world. The last couple of months, he won like 3 play championships in a row. He won in Zwolle, he won the US Dart Masters. So yeah, it's the man in form. So to beat him for my home crowd, that's really, really, really nice experience.
Was it an emotional one for you as well, because your dad was in the crowd as well?
Yeah. When I came up, I saw him, and he was like almost already in tears, and just from joy, but also from proud. He's just a proud big man. To play a match like this and to win a match like this with him in the crowd is so great, so great.
Oh, so it's going to be special for him. But Kleermaker, he's a very talented player, isn't he?
He certainly is, yeah, and he's one of the many Dutch players who's quite quick, should we say. But I mean, a few years ago, he missed the World Championships because he had to be sent home with a positive test, unfortunately. He had that cracking game with Joe Cullen in the World Championships, that amazing game where Joe came all the way back and then he took out a big shot and won the match in the end. But he's one of those players that, again, we see this so often in the game, that they're just on that peripheral where they just need something to spur them on. We've seen it with Johnny Clayton, we've seen it with Joe Cullen, and there's so many players on that line, they just need something to spur them on to the next level, really.
Yeah, there's a whole band of those players in that category with that talent.
Yeah, his opponent included in Dirk van Dijvenbode. You know, we've seen him reach finals. I think he's one of them kind of guys that once he gets over the line, I think he'll have quite a period of success. He feeds off that confidence. And that's more of an example of that in his June this June. He's 16 matches played, only lost 3. And they were all against, you know, seriously good players, Michael Smith, Johnny Clayton and Chris Dobie. Seriously talented player, and he looks like he's got gears. And if he won one of these, I think he would then kick on again.
Do you quite like his aggression as well? He seems your kind of player in that regard.
Yeah, he gives it everything, doesn't he? He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's passionate about it. You never see him quit, or his head never drops. And he just basically leaves his soul up on that stage, and I love a player like that.
Yeah, we're going to talk later about the fact that he still works with aubergines on a daily basis.
I know, yeah. Well, we have this conversation a lot, don't we, with players? When is the right time? You know, when people are working and they're coming to the game, they're starting to get to a good level, they've won a tour card, they're on TV a lot. It has to be that person's choice. They're going to get a lot of people telling them what they should do, but they have to really think about it, because we've seen it before with players where they make that change and things go backwards and then they start panicking a little bit. So he's just got to do it at the right time. It could be now. I mean, he's certainly earning plenty of money in the game. He's got himself up to, you know, high in the rankings. He's number 5, as I said before, on the Players' Champion Order merit. He's doing pretty well. But
Yeah,
he's just got to do it at the right time. That's
over
it.
£300,000 in the last couple of years isn't bad for someone
Well,
still
yeah,
working,
look
is
behind
it?
you, Jackie.
Your face.
Don't know how he survives on that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, so far we've seen the home player, the Dutchman, against the non-Dutchman, so we know where the crowds generally tend to have gone. But in this game, both Dutch in front of the Dutch crowd, how do you think the atmosphere is going to be? Who do you think they're going to be rooting for?
I think Dirk was right. It depends which group of fans that have managed to get tickets, because it is one of the hottest tickets in town over there, because they don't get to see that much darts, well, certainly not at this level. You know, they get the Premier League, but what a great opportunity it is for them to see a different group of players.
Oh, the atmosphere should be absolutely brilliant. Quarters and the semis and the finals on the same evening. It's going to be brilliant. It's a packed schedule tonight with all those matches taking place. So let's get the first 2 quarter-finalists out on stage.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes, medes namens de Professional Darts Corporation en Toto. Heet ik jullie welkom bij de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters hier vanuit de Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam. It's time to play darts. Please welcome first, in his first ever World Series event, he is a 4-time international ranking champion. From Heerden, the number 40 in the world, the Dutch giant, Martijn Kleermaker. And now for his opponent, he is making his second World Series appearance. In 2020, he reached the final of the World Grand Prix, a 2-time Pro Tour champion, currently ranked number 14 in the world. It's the young genius, Dirk van Duijvenbode.
Slight contrasting walk-on songs there, hey? Oh, goodness gracious me. All the quarterfinals, best of 11 legs, and our commentators are Dan Dawson and Stuart Pike.
Have you heard the one about the Belgian, the Englishman, and 6 Dutchmen? Well, one of them will be crowned the Dutch darts master here in the World Series in Amsterdam this weekend. What a night it was for the home nation on Friday, and these two producing some stellar performances, both hitting 6 180s in their respective victories. And to be fair, Michael Smith and Peter Wright couldn't do anything about it. They were top performers in an evening of top performances from the Netherlands players. So is it going to be Van Dijvenbode or Kleermaker who will go through to the semi-finals? The first semi-final to play either James Wade or Mike Kijvenhoven, who follow this. So what's it to be? A Dutchman, a Belgian, or an Englishman?
Well, the Dutch have a phenomenal chance to pick up a title. And when you look at the field of 8 players who are left standing, only 3 of them have won titles in front of the TV cameras before. It is a big night for Dutch darts. It is a couple of big guys up on stage. The Dutch giant versus the Titan. Big start to the night, and it could be a very, very big night for somebody's career. Yes, Wade has won loads of TV titles. Dimitri Van den Berg's looking to go back-to-back on the World Series, and Danny Noppert is the UK Open champion, but the other 5 guys, all genuine contenders, and it could be a career-changing evening here at the Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam.
Quarterfinals 1st to 6, semi-finals 1st to 7, and the final is 1st to 8. Best of 11, best of 13, best of 15, and a cracking night guaranteed in this 3rd World Series event. In June, Michael Smith winning in New York, Dimitri Van den Berg in Copenhagen, who would take the honours here in Amsterdam. Yeah, but they were talked about big hitters. They were big hitters, weren't they? In beating 2 darting big hitters in Michael Smith and Peter Wright as well. Come on, Dirk! Time to throw.
Well, when he gets going, he will be quick, but he doesn't mind taking his time.
85.
Neither of these guys are sure who'd have the majority of the support in the hall. It feels like maybe Dirk, but darts crowds are a fickle beast. They'll probably change allegiances halfway through.
The crowd will get stuck into this as they did on the opening night. 3,000 inside the arena tonight. Amsterdam, of course, will be the host of the World Series finals itself, coming up in the autumn. A sensible switch. We saw some big finishing, didn't we, on the opening night from the Dutch players.
100. Dirk, you require 60.
Double 10 it is then.
Top double 10. Should be a good guide. Aim for the barrel, yes. So job done, 17 darts, and Van Dijvenbode holds throw.
95.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode and Danny Noppert, very much the best of the rest from the Netherlands, behind mighty Michael van Gerwen, both top 16 players, but Martijn Kleermaker is in that chasing pack. And he's a guy who's come close to winning on the PDC Tour. He's shown that when he's on his game, he's absolutely mesmerising. But the consistency hasn't been there to keep on moving up the rankings and into the top 32. Not yet, though. Still relatively early days in his PDC career.
Yeah, absolutely. Time on his side.
39.
What would worry him a touch here is
57.
His first dart dropping him underneath the treble 20. We saw in that quarter-final win against Michael Smith. He
96.
was phenomenal on the treble 20. That's better. That's where he wants to be. Exactly where he wants to be. And that's unlucky.
It's not. It's very, very lucky, Stuart. That's gone in and out and back in again.
We'll have to have another. Yes, we'll have to have another look at that. It literally did.
It's the Martijn Kleermaker hokey-cokey dart.
Martin, you require 70.
Astonishing. Double top.
Game
That
from
is
the
a
second
superb
leg.
little spell
Martin
of 5
Kleermaker.
perfect darts, although one of them,
Selected
look at
to
that.
reverse. Game on.
Well, it had us fooled. Had me fooled.
60.
Lovely start.
60.
Dirk will be favourite, rightly so.
Some places had him as favourite for the title ahead of play tonight. He's certainly right up there in the mix alongside Dimitri Van den Berg and James Wade.
Danny Noppert too. I think Noppert for me is a
100.
decent shout. But Dirk has won 13 out of his last 16 games. So he is in decent form.
96.
Lost to Smith in a Players' Championship final, I think it was.
Yeah, despite averaging 107 in that final.
Lost to Dobie, and of course was beaten by Clayton at the World Cup of Darts in Frankfurt
99.
last weekend, but he's a good touch.
$46.
Well, Kleermaker not offering a great deal on the Van Duijvenbode throw at the minute.
44.
Just making things a little bit easier for the man known as the Over Genius.
84.
Come on, Dan, what do they all say?
There was a lot of various different messages they were getting out there. I can't really go into them all. They're all having a lovely time, Stuart. That's the gist.
58.
Scrappy leg.
57. Dirk, you require
Both have 15 darts. Very scrappy.
83. Martin, you require 158.
He's so tall, but he's throwing for the treble 20. It looks like he's throwing for the treble 19.
Pretty much is. Throwing down into that target.
Games from the
Dirk Van Duijvenbode, no messing about on the doubles so far. All 3 legs going with throw at the moment. But it's yet to really ignite this one.
100.
But he is a man in form. We talked about that run that he's been on, but over the course of the year, Van Duijvenbode has been averaging around about 97, which is right up there in the top 2 or 3 in the world of the PDC. I mean, he's been very consistent with some decent numbers, not hitting those heights so far here, though.
Yeah, and that is, as you say, right up there in terms of the
94.
averages. But he's been doing this for an awful long time. And he's got a couple of PDC titles to his name. It could have been more. You mentioned that finally lost to Michael Smith. He's
100.
countlessly finding himself in quarterfinals and semi-finals. And it wouldn't be a surprise to see a man who's ranked in the top 16 in the world going and contesting the final here and maybe winning it. Particularly with darts like that, because he's one of the biggest maximum hitters in this sport.
That was with perfect timing on the Kleermaker throw.
Dirk, you require 87.
140 from Kleermaker, but Van Duijvenbode here should get at least a dart at the ball. That's exactly where he's heading.
62. Martin, you require 65.
Decision to make here. Goes to the 25 and gets it.
Games from
Gives
the
him 2
fourth
darts
leg.
at tops, but he
Martin
only
Kleermaker
needs
selected
1. And Martin
to
Kleermaker and Dirk Van
Game on.
Duijvenbode, while they're not really finding their range on the scoring just yet, the finishing has been excellent.
60.
Yeah, and you've got to say the 140 from Kleermaker there to follow the 180 from Van Duijvenbode was
60.
as good as any shot you'll see tonight, because it gave him an opportunity. After Van Duijvenbode only got a dart at the ball.
77.
Only gets 2 scoring darts here.
97.
You mentioned that he's up there with 180 hitting. Before that 100 180s in his last 250
96.
legs of darts. That's up there, that's level with Michael Smith.
Yeah, that's the company he's keeping.
121.
Now, Martijn Kleermaker, we saw last night, he can have these games where he does do that kind of stuff. He's hitting him at a rate of 1 every couple of legs, but he doesn't do it as often as Dirk. Dirk does it relentlessly. He's doing it again. And it's because he can group them together like that, those darts, so effectively and regularly.
59.
It looks like he's taken the leg away from Kleermaker. Bullseye again.
63.
But you know,
Martijn, you require 164.
what's good to see, especially from players like Van Dijvenbode, is that they're even going back 5 or 6 years. He was an also-ran, wasn't he?
You require 25.
Well, we'll come to that in a minute, yeah. But you are right. 888 for 3-2.
What a turnaround, yeah, absolutely. What a turnaround. He may well be finding himself in the world's top 10 by the end of the year.
Well, put it this way, Dimitri Van den Berg, who's a guy who was coming through the PDC youth system and winning things left, right and centre, 2-time world youth champion. Everybody's expected Dimitri to go on and become a big noise in the world of darts, and it's come true. Dirk Van Dijvenbode was playing the same development and youth tour stuff, never won a title. He wasn't even a big noise in the youth system. But he has matured and blossomed into this incredible darts player all over the last 3 years or so.
And on top of that, he's a good guy, but on top of that, he's a real character.
43.
He's a showman. And that's what we need. Love players who wear their hearts on their sleeves.
95.
Oh, good catch.
Are we sure something was there? Dirk isn't just chasing phantoms of his own imagination?
77. 100.
Yeah, important last start for Kleermaker. Looks like 6 legs, all one on throw. If it carries on like that, it'll suit Dirk very nicely, thank you very much.
Well, we've only seen one opportunity to break. One dart at the bullseye missed by Dirk Van Dijvenbode. That is the only break opportunity we've seen in this game so far. I was going to say, might we see another one here? Well, we might do, because that really has applied some pressure.
You require 112.
Ah, superb. Kleermaker.
80.
Well, this is the moment you feel for Dirk Van Dijvenbode. But again, the setup shot was a beauty, despite single one with the first dart. Topsy knees! And that could be very, very, very significant.
The first break goes to Dirk Van Dijvenbode. And Martijn Kleermaker must hit back immediately.
Game on. It's
got to be so different for Dirk. He's the favourite to win this game. But having taken on the world champion and world #1, Peter Wright, yesterday, where he was definitely the underdog, it is different. People are expecting him to win tonight. It's a different kind of situation he's having to deal with.
51.
Well, he's in trouble now after breaking the throw. Superb from Kleermaker to hit back with a 180 and then a 140. That's exceptional. Well, even that might not be enough.
Yeah, pretty much halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter. Dirk Van Dijvenbode, 2 trebles will get him in the same ballpark. Not exactly what he wanted. He is down to a finish, but Kleermaker a heavy favourite. Certainly now, double top. Well, his finishing has been absolutely brilliant so far, Martijn Kleermaker. He needed to hit back immediately. He has done just that.
12 data. Started 180, 140. And that was very, very good. Exceptional leg.
125.
Look at this. With a build-up in between each dart. Oh, can't produce his third maximum.
And neither could Martijn Kleermaker, but he wasn't far away.
He will play this game at so many different speeds, Dirk van Dijvenbode. He's generally one of the quickest players around when he gets going, but I just don't think he's entirely comfortable. Once he's settled, he'll just stand there and fling them rapid fire, and he can be almost as quick as Kleermaker. Again, he's just shuffling around.
133.
Well, 47, not very good at all. Go on then.
145. Martijn, you require 135.
Wow.
What a guide this is. What a guide this is for the bullseye. Straight down the line. Oh, and he just can't get it right. Anguish for the pair of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the hesitation there for Kleermaker, because he was certainly in the right frame. Well, another breaker throw, and all of a sudden Dirk van Dijvenbode is throwing for a place in the semi-finals.
Ninth leg Dirk to
Well, there's not been much in this right from the word go. A missed bullseye here, a missed bullseye there. Dirk van Dijvenbode is one good leg away from being the first player through to the semi-finals here at the Dutch Darts Masters. But Kleermaker could thwart him because he's kicked off with a perfect visit again.
With the sixth leg, Van Dijvenbode broke. Kleermaker started with a 180. And the eighth leg, Dirk breaks again. And Kleermaker kicks off with a 177.
137.
Oh, it's again. Well, he starts off with 4 perfect darts, just as he did a couple of legs ago. Now, that was something he could convert into a breaker throw. But Dirk, oh, that's a nightmare of a dart for him.
We've seen 4 or 5
81.
from Van Dijvenbode into the single one.
100.
124 left for Kleermaker.
The shot he took out last night,
right.
A key one.
On the ball.
77.
You feel he might need it here.
124.
Can he repeat the trick? Oh, he's dragged it low into the 11th segment. He went searching for the treble 14. Some players just go for the big fat 14 and make certain of a dart at the bullseye. He gambled, it didn't pay off, and it might be his last action here at the Ziggo. Match start incoming. Oh, it should have been, but he's missed the big number. They've both done it.
Astonishing.
67.
What a chance for Van Dijvenbode.
Martijn, you require
Oh,
24.
dearie, dearie me, Dirk.
Games on the 9th leg.
It's
Martijn
5-4.
Kleermaker.
And Kleermaker with a crucial leg. And
10th
he'll
leg,
now
Martijn to
have the
progress.
darts to force
Game
a
on.
decider. Oh, well.
One man breaks, the other man breaks.
43.
One man misses the ball, the other man misses the ball. One man misses a big number, the other man misses a big number. It's difficult to separate these two.
140. $60.
So, advantage Van Dijvenbode here. Certainly now. More so now. 140, 140 to kick off this leg. Kleermaker is playing catch-up and some.
100.
Well, there have been flashes from Kleermaker. His average has been higher than that of Van Dijvenbode for significant portions of the game, but he's always been chasing and chasing and chasing, and every time it looks like he's going to pull level, Dirk just shoves him back. And he's not going to leave a finish, so Dirk Van Dijvenbode does not need to take out the 164. He can just set it up from here.
$92.
What a good dart that was. So we will get an opportunity to win this game.
97. Dirk, you require
72 for Van Dijvenbode.
Match darts.
60.
And he's missed both of them. And can Martijn Kleermaker conjure up a ton plus checkout to take us all the way to a last leg decider?
Double 16. Oh, well, he thought it was in.
Dirk, you require 12.
So, again, Van Dijvenbode. And Dirk Van Dijvenbode gets across the finishing line. Cracking start to day 2, to finals night at the Dutch Darts Masters. All the fun of the fair. But it's Dirk Van Dijvenbode who's a winner. 6-4 over Martijn Kleermaker.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode is the first man through to tonight's Dutch Masters semi-finals. A 6-4 victor over his fellow Dutchman Martijn Kleermaker. Well, Dirk actually behind on both the averages and also the checkout rate, but the only stat that ever really matters in this situation is one at the top there, 6-4, and he will meet either James Wade or Mike Kijvenhoven this evening in the semi-finals. So that was a bit of an edgy performance from both of them. I think your facial expression says it all.
Yeah, well, he won't be happy about it, apart from ultimately the most important bit, as you said, and that's getting the win and the first player into the semi-final and a step closer to picking up his first TV title. It was, it was an erratic affair. His checkout stats aren't particularly bad, only 8 missed darts at a double, which is obviously they wouldn't want, but it's not like he's sort of round 15 or 20% on doubles, so it just shows you how poor the scoring was in some phases. He'd never lost to him before, and I think that the pressure and the expectation on his shoulders, and I think that just got to Dirk a little bit in that one.
You could see it in his face, couldn't you? He was gurning all over the place.
He almost looked in control all the way through, but that could have quite easily gone to the last leg there. I mean, he had one dart at double 16 to take it the last leg, and as we all know, anything can happen in the last leg. But he did look in control, but all of a sudden that can change so quickly. Martin's doubles early on in the match kept him in it, I think. But both players were missing crucial shots. How many times they missed a big number to leave a double? 4, 5 maybe, you think, in the match between them, which is unusual. So it just shows there was a lot of tension there. playing for a semi-final spot in front of the home crowd. You know, it just adds that little bit of spice, doesn't it?
Yeah, we can see the tension. We know about the crowd and we know what it means to the players. But Dirk does play that way. We spoke earlier about how he wears his heart on his sleeve. But are there downsides to that sometimes? Because you're giving your opponent an insight into your thoughts and the pressure you're feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd make a terrible poker player, wouldn't he? He's got every tell in the book going. But that's just the way he plays. And against the more experienced players, where they get a bit of a read on you and can sort of prey on those emotions that you're feeling, really try and hurt you at certain moments. Phil Taylor was an absolute genius at it. You know, once he sort of saw that you were hurting about a moment or an opportunity maybe to nick a set or level the match, he just found a way to even pile on the pain. And that's where Dirk sometimes has come a little unstuck against the more experienced players, and we've got one of those up next.
There were a lot of players in pain playing Phil Taylor, by the way, so he experienced that quite a lot. But he will play, Van Duijvenbode will play against the winner of the next match, which is James Wade against Mike Kijvenhoven.
Yeah, Mike, you know, again, one of these players is just trying to find his way, really, as a tour card holder. He lost it, got it back. He's sort of playing better, but not quite getting all the best results. He did initially, but then sort of levelled off a little bit. But for James, well, how many times do we need to say it? He's always there and thereabouts. He's won the actual World Series final, but not actually won the World Series event.
Oh, no, exactly. Well, let's see. Wade has spoken of his disappointment of losing in the semi-finals of the World Cup last weekend. He said he let his country down. A bit harsh on himself there, but he's making amends now in Amsterdam, or trying to at least. Let's get him on stage with Kijvenhoven.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Nogmaals van harte welkom bij de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters hier in de Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam. Tijd voor een onvervalste Nederland-Engeland. And now it's time to play darts. Please welcome first the man making his second World Series appearance. Currently ranked number 52 in the world. From Naaldwijk, Mike Kijvenhoven! And now his opponent making his 39th World Series appearance, the 2018 World Series Finals champion. 10 major TV titles to his name. Currently ranked number 5 in the world. It's the Machine, James Wade!
Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy.
And it's Rod Harrington and Stuart Pike in the commentary box for this one.
Well, it was an enjoyable start, wasn't it? Dirk Van Duijvenbode through to the semi-final, where he will play either James Wade or Mike Kijvenhoven. And Wade is a big favourite, and the bookies fancy him to go all the way and win in the World Series here. He hasn't had too much joy in the World Series over the years. That final in 2018 in Vienna that he won, but not too much apart from that. For Kijvenhoven, a real opportunity for sure after what turned out to be a more comfortable victory over Fallon Sherritt than perhaps he would have imagined it would be. But Wade against Kijvenhoven, and who knows, but you just feel that the finishing of James Wade as so often, and especially over this short distance, will be absolutely key. We shall see.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Pikey. This man, James Wade, I know we keep saying it, but he's renowned for just punishing people for missing. And, you know, he's 2 dart checkouts and 3 darts just over the 100. He's prolific in doing it, and his scoring power is not too bad anyway. So if he could just up-hit that scoring power, then certainly he has a big chance of lifting his first World Series event. But it's Clivenhoven who's got the darts.
This is pretty decent.
140.
You mentioned James Wade's checkout stats, but over the whole of this year, and what we're 6 months in, he's checking out at over 44% in all the games he's played, and that is an incredible achievement.
That's exceptional. Yeah. That's absolutely exceptional, and kind of proves everything that we keep saying about him. It's not very often that he gets, you know, beaten up in any match. He's always thereabouts. Clivenhoven has got to make sure when he scores like this, he's got to finish it off, and certainly he's opened up this game in an electrifying form with his first 180. After 9 darts, he wants 81. And this is the sort of start that the Dutchman would have been looking for. You've got to take the game to these professionals. You've got to put them under pressure as quickly as possible.
What a leg. What a leg of darts. 11 darts and Wade on 298. Fabulous start. And he may have lost interest in the first leg, James Wade. I think he's interested now.
Well, that's where his averages are always lower than what they should be when he wins games, because the legs like that, when he knows, well, I can't win it anyway, I'll just casually throw these darts to get the action going, and then we'll worry about the next leg. I don't know, perhaps people will say, well, perhaps he shouldn't do that, but that's the James Wade way, and the reason why he wins games with under the 90 average.
Quick word for our friend and colleague,
97.
Mark Webster, who had surgery on his shoulder. He said he was a brave boy, but he's recovering at home in North
59.
Wales. We wish him all the best and hope to see him soon. But it's this left-hander here, James Wade, who looks as though he will make this one apiece.
138.
But there's no doubt
Seems to require 122.
Clivenhoven will be competitive. We've seen that already. Bullseye. Well, he had to go for it, and he does. How about that? 122 on the ball, and a James Wade 12-darter to follow, and Mike Clivenhoven 11-darter.
Yeah, there we have it. 2 absolute brilliant legs to open up this second match. First match was won by Dirk van Duijvenbode, 6-4 over Clearmaker.
137.
Coming up, Dimitri van den Berg against Jermaine Watermeter, and then Danny Nobbert against the legend here in Holland, Vincent van der Voort.
59. 134.
Yeah, James Wade was very good against Jeffrey Deswan, who missed a few chances, but it was the archetypal James Wade game, wasn't it? You miss, I'll hit.
59.
Well, he's got a great opportunity here. Great opening leg on throw from Clivenhoven. Not so here.
140.
Yes, when you look at the amount of events that James Wade has won, especially TV events, you'd have to class him as one of the greats in the game, Stu. Well, tops now. This is for another 11 dart leg.
70.
He ruins it. He ruined it again. We could have had 11-12-11 or 11-12-12. We may not matter. Of course it doesn't matter.
I'm afraid the noise, the crowd cheering the 180 is not going to upset James Wade. Well, a 13 dart leg. We'll take that, I assure you. And he looks pretty tidy this evening, doesn't he, Stu? He looks, apart from that first leg, which he just didn't care once Kuyvenhoven went off with the 140, 180. That he didn't really care about it then.
$59. $100.
Yeah, into leg 4, Wade averaging 108, Kuyvenhoven 101. But despite that first leg,
100.
You kind of get the feeling that James Wade is in control here, don't you?
Well, he's got the breaker throw under his belt, hasn't he? So if he wins this, he goes 2 legs clear, and when it's a race to 6, someone as experienced as James Wade doesn't very often let that sort of lead go, and it forces Kuyvenhoven to really find the big scores, and just straight tons, especially against the thrower, are not going to do anything against Wade. He's got to start finding 2 trebles every visit.
100.
Fantastic atmosphere as it was on Friday night. Unlucky with the deflection.
125. James with the 146.
He may stay there. Yeah, he had to stay there. Fantastic from Wade.
120.
And a great effort. The option was to switch to treble 18, but there was no need.
No, he had such a good lie with that first dart that he had to stay there. 57 now, that would have left the bullseye, but Wade comes back.
64.
Will he go for it still, or do you think 6 double 10? Double 10's on the same side, so he should just go straight for it. No, he has gone 6 for double 10.
Yeah. Well, that should be a great guide.
Games from the 4th leg.
3-1 it is.
James Wade. 5th leg, Mike to throw first. Game
Just looking at James Wade, 39 of the 46 World Series events he's played in. 39, he's won only 1. And that was the World Series finals we mentioned in Austria some 4 years ago. But apart from that, he's only ever reached 2 other finals, you know, which is a really poor return for a player of his quality. Maybe this is his night.
Well, he's certainly good enough, and he's proved all year, well, for the last couple of years, possibly playing the best darts of his career when you look at his averages, the way he's upped his scoring. Certainly is one of the greats of the game. And I had a text message from another real great of the game, Stu, our old mate Dennis Priestley. He's been watching. Another absolutely unbelievable player, Dennis Priestley.
Yeah, absolutely.
I only ever see him upset once, and that was when I beat him in a 100-yard run.
80.
Now, lovely guy, and certainly one of the best ever. Well, this guy's pretty good too. We're talking about Dennis winning World Championships. Often said, but worth repeating, that James Wade is possibly in this era the best player never to win a World Championship.
Totally agree with you.
Never even reached a final, Rob.
No, I totally agree with you.
$56. Mike, you require 60.
He's disappointed, obviously, that he didn't get it, but I think he's more disappointed that he was so far away. So tops for Kuyvenhoven after losing 3 straight legs.
Games on the 5th leg. Mike Kuyvenhoven, 6 leg change to 12th.
Well, that keeps him in the game. He couldn't afford to go another breakdown. And he threw 11 darter for the first
57.
leg. He could do an 11 darter here against the throw to get himself, and perhaps give himself the advantage as well.
James Wade hasn't hit a ton-plus average in his last 17 games.
97.
That's what James Wade does. Those numbers don't matter. It's the finishing stats that do. But he is averaging over 100 here. Is this going to be a third 180?
140.
Yeah, 103.5 on the overall average. Just over 109 on the front 9. Was up to 112 at one time, but that's
60.
You're not going to lose many games of darts if he can keep that up.
$44.
I don't know why he didn't switch on the second dart.
Yes,
there.
I know. He's sometimes stubborn, but not often wrong.
57.
Well, chance missed. Wade opened the door for Kuyvenhoven there. Treble to leave a finish.
100.
Well, he's hit 2 maximums so far as Kuyvenhoven, and this is where he could do with pulling one out the bag. Oh, and that is the perfect first start. Plenty of room to the right there, isn't there?
140. James Hoover Kuyven, 160. $100.
Lovely
Mike
last start once more.
147.
What about this? Good visit, just in case.
Games on the 6th.
You weren't doubting him, were you?
I don't think anybody who follows darts was doubting James Wade not hitting that double top with 2 darts in his hand.
Game on.
Getting towards the business end of this game, so Kuyvenhoven has got to start forcing the issue. He's got to push Wade. He's got to find a good tidy leg here, and that is not going to help.
You may remember they met at the World Championship. Wade won 3 sets to 1, but it was
59.
James Wading. I think it was 88, 89 average, but he always felt during that game, Kuyvenhoven played okay. He always felt that Wade was just a dart ahead all the time, and that pretty much sums up James Wade's career. Just 1 dart ahead, relentless.
140. $140.
Enjoyable this. Both averaging 101.
Well, that does not count. The point has got to be touching the board. It doesn't have to be in the board, only touching to be counted, but at least 18 points adrift, and this is a beautiful setup. Absolutely superb from Kuyvenhoven on his throw. He's going to come back with 3 darts to get within 1 leg of James Wade.
64. Mike to acquire.
Hasn't missed a dart yet at a double, 2 out of 2. Check, 3 out of 3.
Mike Kuyvenhoven, James
Well, he's got to find a 12 dart or under, Stuart, doesn't he? Because you can't see James Wade using many more than 15 darts on this throw. He needs to, there's one beautiful dart, needs to follow it up. Not with the one, though. Wasted opportunity there with the first dart, absolutely perfect in the board.
$59. $58. $134.
Two treble visit from Wade again, just when he needed it.
135. $131.
Brilliant.
Yeah, on his throw, he's just not letting up, is he? After 12 darts, wants that double top. Like I said, you know, Kuyvenhoven has got to find 12 darts and under if he's going to try and nick the Wade throw. So double top for Wade. Double top it is for a 14-dart leg, and now one leg away from a semi-final place. He's 5 legs to 3 up against Kuyvenhoven. And
Game on.
Kuyvenhoven has got to find 3 legs and possibly not use more than 40 odd darts, Stu.
140.
Well, averaging nearly 103, 2 180s, perfect on the doubles and losing. It's on the Wade throw that he needs one of those.
You're exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, this is an exceptional leg again from Kuyvenhoven, like it was the very first leg of the match. But those 180s and 140s he's got to find on the Wade throw, which he hasn't done. A lot of times he's put the first dart in perfectly, but just not followed it up.
$135. Mike, you require 125.
Oh, he was way off. 109 left.
93.
Well, the first dart was a bit of a hash, but he smartened it up. Wade have just put in a 140 just to tap him on the shoulder.
100.
Still taps him on the shoulder, but he's 100% on his doubles so far. Double 16 was good for him in the previous leg he won. Not a time to miss, though, is it, Stu? Oh, and he hasn't. Nicks it with the third dart. Just keeps himself in this game.
I like his staid presence as well, Roddy. Very cool up there.
59.
Even when things aren't possibly going to plan. That was a difficult dart at double 8. But he could steal a march here. Has to break the James Wade throw here.
Yeah, but that first dart again on the Wade throw, a perfect first dart, and not following it up. He's got to find
57.
more trebles, and now he really has got an opportunity to get himself back in this game.
Well, from absolutely nowhere as well, you have to say.
42.
Not enough. James Wade, 6 darts here without a big treble. Finally. All depends on that first dart for Kuyvenhoven. That's why he has to come down once more.
Don't move across unless you have to. Find another big treble. They're all big uns, and he's done exactly that. He was going to move to the right to try and find a treble 20, which was silly. He did the right thing by coming back to the middle where he normally throws from and just picks off another big treble.
60.
Well, one treble in 12 darts for James Wade, so...
He's had one big treble here.
Yeah.
One treble 20. There's Kyvan Hoven here, if he can just seize the opportunity.
60.
How many chances is Wade going to give him?
105.
Well, he may get 6 darts from here, 204. Needs to find at least one treble in these 3 darts. Very scrappy in this leg. Very scrappy indeed. And no, that's not enough. So
when you think of Wade's already had 15 darts and Kyvan Hoven hasn't got close, he may not get any closer here. This for the match. And James Wade with an absolute corker to finish it off. Wade averaging just shy of 99, a 122, a 120 finish, and James Wade is through to a semi-final showdown against Dirk van Dijvenbode.
In sport, we didn't talk about being gay. What I had in the back of my mind always was the fact that I wasn't able to be myself. I feel like I've been trapped. It just weighs down on you every day. I'm just trying to free myself.
Two-time Olympic champion Dame Kelly Holmes speaks out about her recent decision to come out. That's tomorrow night on ITV. It's a very powerful and very emotional documentary, well worth a watch, at 10:20 p.m. tomorrow. Meanwhile, tonight in Amsterdam, James Wade has booked his spots in tonight's Dutch Masters semi-finals, where he will meet the big Dutchman Dirk van Dijvenbode. Wade winning 6-4 against one of the home favourites, Mike Kyvenhoven. Very similar averages in that game, 98 for James, almost 98 for Mike, and a checkout rate of 50% for James, and 4 out of 6 on the doubles for Mike, who is going home not too far away though. And this is how things stand so far. 2 scorelines of 6-4, 1 to one of the home favourites, Dirk van Dijvenbode, beating his compatriot Martin Kleermaker. And he will meet James Wade. That's coming up later. So the next quarterfinal will be Dimitri van den Bergh against Jermaine Wattimena. That's coming right up, followed by Danny Noppert, who beat MVG last night against Van Gerwen's best mate, Vincent van der Voort. So James Wade doing what James Wade does.
Yeah, he's the ultimate counter-puncher. If he was a boxer, he'd be something like Floyd Mayweather. He's just so reactive. And, you know, the last time they met on TV was in the World Championships, and Mike averaged around about 84, 85, and James Wade did pretty much similar, but hit the key moments, took out the shots, as he did here with the 1-2-2 and 2 120 outs, and, of course, the one to win it. It's, yeah, typically James Wade, and I think he's there to spoil the Dutch party.
That's exactly the sort of thing he loves doing, though, isn't it? Just, especially as he's playing Dirk van Dijvenbode later, who could not be more different in the way that he conducts himself.
Just a little bit, yeah. In that one there, Mike started off terrific, didn't he? 11 dart leg, first leg, so that almost walked James up really, really quickly. Took that 1-2-2 out to get level, and then the first 5 or 6 legs of standard was terrific from both. But he just managed to get over the line in the end. just that experience, I think, the big-time experience.
Yeah, so we've got the one semi-final lineup sorted, and next up, Dimi van den Bergh against Watermaner. Van den Bergh, would you say the clear favourite in this one, given his experience on the big stage, but against a home player?
Yeah, their head-to-head reads at 3-3, but they've only played it a couple of times in the last 2 years, and Dimi has won them both. And of course, on the back of that magnificent win in Denmark, he's not going to be lacking confidence. And you know, you look at their seasonal stats, and Dimitri's well in front.
Yeah, well, Watermaner, of course, one of the biggest upsets of last night when he beat Johnny Clayton, and it's another big challenge for him tonight. Let's get the players out now.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Nogmaals van harte welkom hier bij de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters in de gezellige Ziggo Dome hier in Amsterdam. Een onvervalste Nederland-België. It is now time to play darts. Please welcome first the man from the Netherlands making his second World Series appearance. Currently ranked number 38 in the world. It's the machine gun, Jermaine Watermaner! And then his opponent making his 9th World Series appearance. He is the reigning Viaplay Nordic Darts Master, the 2020 World Match Play Champion from Belgium, the Dream Maker, Dimitri van den Bergh.
But he's not really feeling it, is he? He's leaving the dancing to Dimi. Commentating for us on this one, Rod Harrington and Dan Dawson.
Well, don't get Jermaine dancing, Dimitri. He was struggling enough getting up the stairs to the stage. I don't think he's going to match your nimble footwork in the dancing stakes. However, can he match your ability on the dartboard tonight? Because the semi-final spot is on the line, and Jermaine Watermaner having produced an enormous victory over Johnny Clayton, the World Series champion, in the opening round of this one. He is looking to follow it up with something similar. Dimitri van den Bergh might well have been a lot of people's picks to go all the way and win the title ahead of this evening's session, particularly after his excellent work at the Nordic Darts Masters, winning the last World Series event we had. He is the world number 9, of course. And you can see the Nordic Darts Masters champion, still only 27 years old. What a career he's had already, but what a career could lie ahead of this young Belgian. Jermaine Watermaner is working his way back. The machine gun looked like he was bursting through to become one of the leading lights in the Netherlands. Things have stalled for a couple of years, but this is a platform and an opportunity for him to get back to where he was and maybe push on even further. It's an intriguing tie as we look at the bottom half of the draw. One semi-final is set up. It is Dirk van Dijvenbode versus James Wade, and one of these two will face either Danny Noppert or Vincent van der Voort. Will we see the Belgian through, or will it be a double Dutch encounter in the other semi-final?
Game on.
Well, Dimitri, certainly the favourite, Dan, and when you look at his performance in Denmark, every one of those matches he got a good lead straight away, and well, that's not a bad start. But what I mean, last night, you could see the emotion, what it meant to him. And do you know what, Dan? From last night, I did mention that it was like an international match for the Dutch players against the PTC. Tonight, it's not. They are up there individually, trying to win a title, trying to win more prize money. And I don't know whether we'll see the emotion as much as last night. I don't know. Hopefully we will.
Well, I certainly think you will if Jermaine Wattimena can produce another victory, because it's difficult to state how hard he has found things over the last couple of years. When it looks like everything is moving in the right direction, you're going up the rankings, you're getting closer and closer to picking up titles, and then all of a sudden you just start tumbling and you don't know how to fix it. He actually, during lockdown, lost loads of weight, got into a health and fitness regime, and it really did damage his darts. We saw that with even Phil Taylor when he lost all that weight and just lost his sense of balance, basically.
Yeah, that's where you need good people around you, Dan. You know, what are the management companies doing, as in, you know, trying to get him on the right road or back on the right road and, you know, get him focused. It's not just about throwing darts now. Every other sport, you have coaches, mental coaches, physical coaches. And I've said for a long time, as you know, it's going to come a time when dart players have got to have the same. I mean, there's more prize money coming in the game each year, year on year.
Soon to be £15 million on the tour. How about this for Dimitri Van den Bergh? Double top. Beautiful start for Dancing Dimmy.
So ladies, Jermaine to throw first. Game on. 43.
Well, you mentioned that he got ahead early in all of his games in Copenhagen and then went on to take the title. It wasn't quite like that against Ron Meulenkamp in his opening round here in the Netherlands. It was quite scrappy, but come the end of the match, Dimitri was still averaging mid-90s. He sort of got into a groove at the end as Ron Meulenkamp fell away. Now, if he's in that groove and stays in it all night, it could be back-to-back titles for Dimitri Van den Bergh, because we haven't seen his best stuff yet this weekend.
No, but he started this game off brilliant. Look at that. I love that camera angle. Yeah, show me that again, Mr. Director, because that was perfect. And what a time to bang in. That shows you the flight of the dart leaving the hand of that player.
97.
And that last time we see Dimitri's find that treble, absolutely perfect.
This is the one you like, isn't it, Rod?
Oh, look at that. I love that camera angle.
Didn't quite like the look of it as well.
Yeah, that just shows you the flight of the dart.
65.
Well, you mentioned it in his first round win. It is just a very simple, very elegant throw that he's got. Not much can go wrong, not many moving parts. Keeps it simple, and simple is often effective, although that is dragged down alarmingly low. As was that.
Yeah, they were a long way off, weren't they, after throwing perfect darts in the whole of the match. But Wattimena now, another one of those, and that's just unlucky. Well, Dimitri, I like the way he composes himself as well, Dan. You know, that's unusual for a young player. And just puts it straight in the middle. I mean, that was only a 13-dart leg. You know, and it was a breaker throw. That's the important. And we throw him first, he wins that, breaks, and then steps up. All of a sudden, you're 3-0 up in a race to 6. And a lot left, is that?
Well, he could have won that in 11 or 12 darts. And Dimitri Van den Bergh has started this match in a manner which suggests that Jermaine Wattimena does not have the firepower to live with him tonight. Because he can carry on like this, Dimitri.
Yeah, 114 average, and And this is the best we've seen, I think, over this tournament and Copenhagen. 125 on the front 9 average.
To be fair, Danny Noppert and Michael van Gerwen have thrown some serious stuff in the opening exchanges of their match in the first round here in the Netherlands, but they couldn't sustain it for the entire game.
No, that's the hardest thing. Now, totally admit there, yeah, and you're right about the Noppert van Gerwen. It's an exceptional game.
Oh, I'm not sure he's going to stop, you know. I'm not sure he's going to stop. Dimitri Van den Bergh is on fire and underlining his title credentials.
Dimitri Uruguay 48.
Well, he's gone 15-13. Darts used to win legs. Can this be an 11?
It can't, but he will come back. And they're the darts at double you can afford to miss when your opponent is back in the 200. And they're normally the darts at double that end up dragging your average down, and it's going to sort of leave you a little bit disappointed. But right now, Dimitri Van den Bergh is eyeing up double 4, which he pins, and his average is still up around the 107 mark.
I know I've said it before, but he, you know, for a young man, he looks so composed on the stage, doesn't he? He's got a good demeanour on the stage. He steps back when he needs to. Good scorer, a great throw that's not going to break down under pressure. That's one of the main things. Like you said earlier on, there's not many moving parts. And Andrew has the average. He's nearly up to 130 for his front 9.
Yeah, I mean, look, in most games of darts, you're going to miss your target more often than you hit it. That's just the way it is. If you hit your target more often than you missed it, you'd be averaging 120 all the time. But Dimitri Van den Bergh is kind of in this zone where it's almost 50-50. And were it not for a few missed darts at double, he's missed 5 darts at double, we would be talking the high 110s in the average here for Dimitri.
Lead them all. And all there is. A great visit for Watamina, which is with the throw, but just getting that first leg under your belt just gives you that extra little bit of confidence, although saying that...
You saw the reaction. I think he really fancied it after that first dart because it looked very inviting. Double 16. Double 8. Oh, Jermaine. Jermaine, you can't afford to miss, not against a man playing like this.
Look at Dimitri, just goes back, sip of water, composes himself, makes sure his flights are all looking good. Showing great composure. He better take it out now.
Will he?
16 for 4-0.
36. Menu require 8.
Well, it's the only thing that's missing. Tell a lie, Jermaine Watamina is missing as well.
Menu require 32.
And these are the situations that Jermaine Watamina has found himself in increasingly over the last couple of years. And when your confidence is low, you can just make a couple of mistakes and then you just think, oh no, it's happening again. And you talk yourself into the fact where you can't win. And it just gets harder and harder and harder.
Yes, what happens, Dan, is you, instead of throwing the dart at double with meaning, you know, get in, you're throwing the dart and go, oh, please go in. And that attitude is not going to win you too many games.
Again, it's an inviting first dart.
95.
And he comes away with 95, though. A little bit disappointing for Dimitri.
96.
Well, we knew we were guaranteed at least 2 Dutchmen in the semi-finals, with Kleermaker versus Van Duijvenbode and Noppert versus Van der Voort in the quarters. But Mike Kuyvenhoven has been dispatched, and Jermaine Watamina is in all kinds of bother. So we may just be limited to the 2 Dutch.
95.
Well, he grabbed the treble with the last dart, so may give himself, well, he will give himself a dart, at least the bullseye when he returns. Just to see what Dimitri does, and that leaves double 18. So, and this is a breaker throw, double 5 now. Didn't really compose himself, did he? He kind of picked it up and in the same motion threw it.
He doesn't hang around, Jermaine Wattimena, but it doesn't look like he'll be hanging around much longer in this tournament because nothing's going right for him, and Dimitri absolutely adores double 18. Great guide as well. And he does find it. Last dart, it is 5-0, and we are approaching a potential whitewash.
Well, number 2 maximums for Jermaine Wattimena. And he could have won, or should have won, the last 2 legs down. You know, then you're talking 3-2, you're in the game, but at 5-0, you cannot see Dimitri giving this away.
It's not as if Jermaine's been dreadful in this match. It's just Dimitri was excellent at the start of it, and then Jermaine has fluffed his lines when he's had those opportunities come his way. And confidence has got to play a massive part in that.
Yeah, well, you know, leg 1, 15 with the throw, 13 against, 14 with, and then it's 16 and 18. And there we have it, and that's where the darts of the double have been missed by Wattimena in them last 2, the 16 and 18. So if you're 3-2, you're thinking I'm still in this game, and you're with the throw to level it up. But I'm afraid at 5-0 down, and the way Dimitri's been playing, and the way his mindset is as well, you don't see him faltering.
Well, that'll do for Jermaine. Can't take out the 139, one of the trickier outshots on the dartboard, but he sets it up very, very nicely, and he's going to get 3 clear darts at a double. The problem is, he is yet to hit one. That changes, 13 darter.
Some legs, Dimitri to throw first. Game on.
He's nearly throwing his first dart over Dimitri's shoulder as he's walking. I always say to the very quick players, just give yourself an extra step back at the back of that stage. Because having someone in your eye line as you're letting go. Going Price does it a lot as well. Here we have it, look. That's literally over Dimitri's shoulder.
Well, Going Price has been pulled up for that in the past because it has gone whistling past players' lug-holes when they're on their way back. Did you ever struggle to play against quick players, Ron?
No.
No, you didn't struggle against anybody, did you?
I played terrible a lot of times, but it weren't because of the player. It was because of me.
Well, Dimitri Van den Bergh is potentially 2 visits away from a semi-final spot. Little nod of the head. And another beautiful stuff.
Dimitri requires 72.
Double 16 for double 12. For a dominant win. And Dimitri Van den Bergh is through to the semi-finals. The winner in Copenhagen is looking very, very dangerous here in Amsterdam. Not a bad weekend for Jermaine Wattimena, a significant victory over World Series champ Johnny Clayton, but he goes no further in Amsterdam. Van den Bergh progresses to the semis.
Dominance from dancing Dimitri van den Bergh in the Dutch Masters quarter-final, emphatically beating Dutchman Jermaine Wattimena 6-1 just now to book his place in tonight's semi. So 6-1 the score, 98 average for the Belgian, 94.79 for Jermaine, with 2 maximums apiece, but just 1 out of 7 on the doubles for Jermaine and 6 out of 14 for Dimi, comfortably through.
Yeah, I mean, there was 1 out of 7 on the doubles for Jermaine. 6 of them came in one leg. Very good performance from Dimitri, 98.5 on the average, and he looked like he had another couple of gears. You always felt that he could take his game to another level, but a decent performance from Wattimena, who's had a torrid time over the last year or so, so good to see him putting in some good numbers even in defeat.
Yeah, let's hope that last night's win for him spurs him on for the rest of the season. He can produce more. But Dimitri, again, we say it all the time, he just looks in control of everything, doesn't he, when he's up there? He's got all the ammunition, he's got the, he seems to have all that composure that you need to win majors. He's obviously a major winner and won one of the World Series events already. He just seems to be one of those players that can get to the top of the tree and stay there.
There was no sort of falling over the winning line, a 14-darter to win it 6-1. And he just has so much composure when he's under pressure. Yeah, I mean, he's one of those great players, and me and Alan say it all the time, that has come through that system, he is a product, effectively, of the PDC, so we're all relatively proud of him.
And he's such a nice dude as well, isn't he? But I mean, you talk about his control in the game. It's a real contrast from his walk-on. We talk about him dancing and the showmanship beforehand. Yeah. But he has that ability to just flick a switch and suddenly he's in the zone.
He's obviously worked on it, hasn't he? I mean, we're talking about psychology in the game. He's obviously had some input somewhere along the line and worked very hard on that. And now does it himself. We see it so often, doesn't he, when he's stood behind and he's getting ready for his throw. He sometimes talks to himself or taps his fingers. All these little idiosyncrasies that he has that just makes him keep in control of his emotions and just do the job ahead.
Yeah, I've actually spoke to him about it, and what he does this visualization process where he actually watches himself, like, for example, taking out that 72, and he uses all those kind of tools that he's been provided with.
But it's interesting because he does that, it works for him, it's earning him a lot of money and a lot of opportunities, but a lot of players don't bother with that. Why is that?
Well, you'd have to ask everyone individually.
I'd love to.
Sometimes I'm quite stumped with it, really, that, we provide, as a PDP, we provide things like that, a psychologist, and people don't use them. And you'd think more would have a go. Jump at the chance.
You're stumped too, aren't you?
Yeah, sport is all about small percentages in all different areas. It's not all about, if you've got 50% of the game somehow magic in another 50%, so you've got 100%. It's about whether it be a little bit of health and fitness in the mind, your equipment, shoes even, your preparation, all those fine little margins all add up. And
well, how many times do we mention small margins in matches, for instance? If you did one of these things, like the health or psychologist or whichever it is, and it gave you 5%, you'd win more games, obviously.
Are they creatures of habits?
I just think because of, I suppose, it's the demographic of our sport. I suppose we've been behind in a lot of things. Fortunately, with Matchroom, we've made massive leaps forward.
OK, we'll talk about that more later, but now for the final quarter-final, Danny Noppert and Vincent van der Voort for the right to meet Dimitri van den Bergh in tonight's semi-finals. Let's get the players out.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Het is tijd voor Nederland tegen Nederland hier op de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters in de Ziggo Dome, hier in Amsterdam. First of all, please welcome, making his third World Series appearance, winner of 5 Pro Tour events, currently ranked number 28 in the world. It's the Dutch destroyer, Vincent van der Voort. And now his opponent also making his third World Series appearance. He is currently ranked number 11 in the world. It's the reigning UK Open champion, the Freeze, Denny Noppert!
So, two Dutchmen, Danny Noppert and Vincent van der Voort, and it's Stuart Pike and Dan Dawson in the commentary box.
Yes, Dimitri's demolition of Jermaine Wattimena, who will Van der Berg be playing in the second semi-final. Danny Noppert, most impressive, wasn't he, in his victory over Michael van Gerwen. And Vincent van der Voort, you have to say, possibly rolling back the years as he took out Gerwyn Price. But we talked about it 24 hours ago, the fact that Van der Voort is still in that top 32 and is still playing to a high level. I think it's fair to say that so far tonight, the three favourites have gone through: Van Duijvenbode, Wade and Van der Berg, and Noppert is a heavy favourite here.
Well, he is, and for all the surprises, the shocks, the seeded players going out in the opening round of the Dutch Darts Masters here in Amsterdam this weekend, if Noppie does win this one, we're going to see the semi-finals where all four players are firmly placed inside the top 16 in the world. But we knew coming here this weekend that there was plenty of quality even outside of the touring PDC seeds and superstars or whatever. That's the particularly unique selling point of this weekend's World Series event. And Vincent van der Voort, the great accumulator of ranking money without accumulating any titles over the last 8 years, is still very capable of going deep. And who knows, he says, I'm not going to stop playing until I win at least another title. Doesn't matter where it is, just need to get one.
But the fact that he's playing at all is a real testament to him. For those who don't know, he had a really awful back injury, and for a month or two, a couple of years ago, it looked like it would mean the end of his darting career. He was that close to calling it a day because of the pain he was in playing the sport that he loves.
Well, he announced his retirement at Ali Pali. He said, that's it, I can't do it anymore. I just can't. And a couple of months later, he was back on the tour, and it is genuinely an ongoing process of several hours every month, being contorted into various positions by experts just to make sure that he's able to play darts. He's had to change his throw and his stance a little bit. He doesn't lean over as much as he used to. But it's taken a lot of effort, a lot of pain, a bit of money, and plenty of time to allow him to do stuff like this.
Yeah, getting his rewards for dedication.
Well, it was an electrifying start in the opening round for Danny Noppert against Michael van Gerwen. It needed to be as well, but it's a little bit more circumspect in the opening few visits here.
92.
Oh. Van der Voort against the darts, dominating in the opening leg. Can he finish it off?
95.
Oh, that kills him. It leaves a bogey number. Just a single 20 would have given him some kind of a chance, but the pressure is lifted on Vincent. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's okay. Leaves double 10. You'll see the likes of Michael Smith go for that shot. Treble 10 for double. And it works. And he likes it.
Vincent to throw first. Game.
But it would be a story, wouldn't it, if Vincent could find a way to win here in Amsterdam at the Dutch World Series event. Noppert, slow starter, will get better, has to get better.
81.
And will need to if Van der Voort produces the darts that he did to take out Price. 4 13-dart legs. And some pretty good finishing as well.
Yeah, it was very up and down, that game from Vincent. When he was good, he was very, very good. But when he was bad, he was nowhere.
437.
But all you need is 6 good legs, and he's got one on the board already.
But that is kind of Vincent's career, isn't it? When he's good, he's very, very good. When he isn't, there's no middle ground.
108.
There's the first one.
First one of the match, but a 7th of the weekend for Danny Noppert. And he's shown repeatedly, particularly in recent months, once he gets his eye in, the 180s can flow. And the crosshairs appear to be locked on that little red bit.
140.
A really good response. 41 left after 9.
45.
Vincent,
And you require 41.
a long way back. The way he likes to go, 1 for tops. He's in a cluster of players who like tops, isn't he? Wade and Anderson and Smith and Noppert. But you have to say that they're probably in a minority. 16 and 8s is the way for most. A double 10 for Danny Noppert.
He's not moving. Has to move up to the 5s now. And gets the job done. Hits back with a 15-darter of his own. Breaks back immediately. And despite the slow start, Danny Noppert is back in the driver's seat.
Working here for Dutch television, one of the great Dutch darters and one of the nice guys of the sport as well, Koos Stompie.
Not sure it is the most flattering depiction of him.
I'm sure he'll take it. World Cup winner, Koos Stompie.
59.
Well, you can see there's not a great deal between them. 5 points in the averages, but that's largely down to Danny Noppert doing absolutely nothing in the opening leg. And we'll see the flight of these Danny Noppert darts. And one of the things that's changed in Danny Noppert's game over the last couple of years is these darts are going in the board in a very uniform fashion. They used to go in higgledy-piggledy, want to be pointing up to the top right, one down to the bottom left. And he was still very clever at using them and getting to group them together, but now they're behaving the same every time he throws. And that just shows that he's finessed, he's got his throw down, reliable. The arm and the equipment working together perfectly. That's not quite perfect.
116.
One treble needed from the first 2. Double 18. There we go. Noppert misses. Vincent doesn't. 3 breaks of throw. And Van der Voort leads 2-1.
About as close as you'll get to Vincent holding the pose after hitting the double.
45.
Does look like he's enjoying himself. It's nice seeing Vincent with a smile on his face and actively enjoying it, because he does have a bit of a reputation for being one of the grumpier members of professional darts.
134.
Are you in that club?
You are, Pikey. I'm not sure if anybody's told you.
60.
That's okay for Danny. As you can see how he used it to find his way into the treble bed. And he's pretty well placed to make what would be a 4th consecutive break of throw. There is a pattern to this game, but it's not the pattern that you normally associate.
Just one little further point as well about Noppert. Became a dad not too long ago and changed his life, and it makes a difference. To him, it's made a difference. To Dimitri, it made a difference. Just to mention a couple, and this puts a whole new perspective on things, doesn't it? But Noppert has said that, apart from changing his life, it changed his attitude to the sport that he played.
Well, he's always had talent. He had that before he moved to the PDC, made the Lakeside World Final, of course, and won a number of titles in the WDF system. But he's only got 2 titles to his name in the PDC, and that's probably a poor return for the standard of quality he's been producing. Another in the 16s will leave his favourite double top.
32.
With one of them being a major, kind of okay.
Well,
yeah, I agree. But I think there's a lot more to come. Well, it was brave, and he got his reward, and he's left 116 again.
Well, he's been warned, Danny. You can't let him have a go at 116, so he doesn't. 2-2, all 4 legs against the darts. Can somebody hold throw?
Not quite the quality that we hoped for or expected, but good viewing nevertheless. Still very much up for grabs. We may see the first hold of throw here. Noppert with a second max.
That's great. Oh, and he can't follow it. Has hit a 9-darter this year already, Danny Noppert, in the Players' Championship series of events. No fans, of course, at those ones.
96.
Different matter entirely. I mean, can you imagine the reaction if one of the Dutch guys hits a perfect leg here tonight? There's a chance it could happen, because Noppie and Dirk van Duijvenbode particularly are massive 180 hitters when they get going.
And you go 123.
A few choices here.
Here the cogs whirring in Danny Noppert's mind. Went for the 14s route. So he's just going to set it up.
83.
And then come back once again, looking at double top. Now, he's not been particularly clinical in this game. Only hit 2 doubles out of 9 attempts. Vincent is 2 for 2. So don't let him have a go, Danny.
Yes, on the 5th leg.
Good leg, 13-dart hole, first hold of the match, and Noppert in front for the first time in the match.
96.
Now that he's got his eye in.
Yeah, that's number 3, and we're only in leg 6. And there is a bit of a gap opening up in the numbers here between Danny Noppert and Vincent van der Voort in the scoring phase of legs. Vincent's not even averaging 100 with his first 3 visits to the board. Danny Noppert is averaging in the 110s, and that means after 3 visits, 9 darts, Danny is typically down to a finish of some sort, and Vincent is still languishing in the 200s somewhere. There you see, that is a 20-point difference per visit in those first 9 darts.
There was also poor thinking from Vincent to leave 165.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going to do better than your first 9 average and get to a finish after 3 visits, at least get the numbers right. Give yourself a chance, because at the minute he doesn't have one in this visit. And that's triply frustrating, because he's got the 2 trebles.
125. And Uruguay 136.
Squeeze one into the treble 19. Well, he might have done, but it was immediately rejected. 13 dart of his own. Dutch Destroyer is not backing down.
Six.
There you see, 3-0 to Noppy in the 180s. Those 2 treble visits, the 130 plus scores. He's got twice as many as Vincent, but Vincent is regularly picking up 1 treble per visit. And it's okay, but it's not going to worry Danny Noppert. That's why he's had so many opportunities of darts at double. Still nothing in it in terms of the leg score, though. Again, 1 treble per visit, but it's actually putting Vincent in a half-decent position. I've already seen a number of times in this match, Vincent has not played the sort of sensible approach from this sort of shot. Some players, I'll come back to the board here, look at the 19s, they can use the bull and get to a finish. Vincent probably isn't going to do that. He'll probably just go at the 20s and hope he hits a couple of trebles. And it means 1 treble, not enough, 171. Danny Noppert's got 2 visits from here. He's making life a little bit easier for Noppy. And he could be applying a little bit more pressure. You don't need to do this, Dan. You do need to hit the big number. If you're not going to go for the bull, hit the big number.
Yeah, so 2 darts and a double instead of 1.
97.
You go 4-3 up. Final quarter-final. Dimitri van den Berg awaits in the last 4.
Two darts was enough, but only just. And Danny Noppert leads, but only just. Well, they're going to have a Dutchman to cheer on in the other semi-final. It could be an all-Dutch final, of course. The winner of this one, if they come through that semi against Dimitri, might end up meeting Dirk van Duijvenbode in the final. Going to be some atmosphere if that does come to pass. 2 World Cup teammates potentially facing off for the title. Some way to go, though.
And it was a decent partnership as well, wasn't it? For a while, it looked like they could go the distance and win the trophy.
100.
But the World Cup trophy will be on view in Australia in August, courtesy of Simon Whitlock and Damon Heta, who will be playing in Townsville and Wollongong in the World Series.
Yeah, these 2 guys, of course, looking to follow in the footsteps of Damon Heta, of being host nation players who win World Series events.
Changed his life, Dan.
It did?
Literally changed Damon Heta's life.
Damon Heta, the late Kyle Anderson, and Mensur Suljovic, the other host nation player to win. Did that, of course, in Gelsenkirchen. He's Austrian, but he was playing in Germany. He was there by virtue of that, in front of 20,000 fans as well. Beating, you remember he beat in the final, Stuart?
Dimitri van den Berg.
He did, true, in his first ever World Series event.
Well, you and I were there, weren't we? And it was a long old day.
It was. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff from Vincent van der Voort. Majestic set-up shot, and he needed it as well. It may prove fruitless. Great dart. One at the bull.
104.
It was an opportunity. But this is for 4-4. Gotta be. Had to be, didn't it? That was going to be a perfect marker. That was it. Best of 3 legs then for a place in the semi-final.
One man's the big scorer, one man is the clinical finisher. Which one wins in a first to 2-leg race from here on in?
I thought he was going to be stubborn for a little while there and try and find a way to the treble 20, but treble 18's okay.
Well, there you see, Vincent van der Voort, there's only 4 legs he's had darts at double A. He's won them all. Danny Noppert has had far more opportunities and has lost some of the legs where he's had chances to win them. It could be a lot more comfortable, this, for Noppy. Vincent down to 3-3-3. There we go. Just doesn't quite hit hard enough, does he, in this game, Vincent van der Voort? He's got to find more trebles to put himself in a position to strike. When he's getting the chances, he's taking them. But the chances are few and far between.
100.
Again, frustration for Vincent. Single 10, you would presume. And 2 20s, he would hope.
And again, he misses, and again, Vincent's not there to punish. So it will give Danny Noppert more opportunities.
97. Now you require 20.
Again, the perfect guide. Oh, well, now, can he find a way through there? I was going to say, literally couldn't see the wood for the trees there.
Couldn't navigate his way through the forest of tungsten. But this is a massive chance, and he's been taking his chances. But he cannot take this one, Vincent van der Voort.
And you require 20.
Significant. Even more significant now. He may have missed 5 at the target. But 1 dart at tops for Vincent would have put him in a really good position. Now he's got to try and take it to a deciding leg.
Relief for Noppy.
A lovely angle of some lovely dart. I think Danny knows the camera is on that treble 20 bed. Perhaps not.
Be clever about the numbers here, Vincent. 18s now. Yeah. Got the maths right. Has given himself a chance. Now then, between those two. Can't quite find the treble, and it would have made a difference. But 1-2-4 is arguably a little bit easier than 1-2-8 because he needs another treble, and he does not get it. And if Danny Noppert finds a treble with the first dart, he should get a dart for the match at the bullseye minimum.
And he does.
85. Vincent, you require 40.
Match dart missed by Danny Noppert. And Vincent van der Voort takes us the distance.
Last dart in hand. Noppert there must have scored. Well done, Vincent. The way the game has gone, it deserves a decider. You would feel that the minimum requirement here for Vincent, if he's going to win, is a 12-dart leg.
Oh, wow. Well, it's a great response after seeing that one fall out the board. The thing is, Danny Noppert is only hitting 1 in 4 of his darts at double. He may be first to a double. He may get multiple match darts, but how many does he need to get over the line? Will he be given enough? Wow, what a shot! It is a 4th maximum for Danny Noppert, his 10th of the event.
You remember the deciding leg against Michael Smith at the UK Open in the final, leg 21. Smith had the darts, and Noppert produced something pretty similar to this.
This is magnificent. Could go treble 9. He's looking at the 17s. Oh, this is magnificent.
71.
He's battled it out for 10 legs. He's outscored Vincent van der Voort all the way through. He hasn't taken his chances, but he's on a potential 10-dart leg to win it.
I rest my case, my lord. And Danny Noppert rests his case as well. A fantastic game against Vincent van der Voort. But that was a fabulous, fabulous final leg for Danny Noppert. And he does go through to the semi-finals. So we know coming up next it'll be Dirk van Dijvenbode against James Wade. And the second semi-final will feature Dimitri van den Bergh and Danny Noppert.
Welcome to race day. It's slow speed, it's super high speed, it's direction change, it's everything a racing driver wants from a racetrack. I think cars that were quick here will be quick there as well.
The championship battle is really starting to take shape.
We are set then to go racing.
Steve Ryder and the team back for more British touring car action tomorrow. Join them live from Croft in North Yorkshire at 11:30 in the morning here on ITV4. Well, in Amsterdam, Danny Noppert has edged a last leg decider against fellow Dutchman Vincent van der Voort to book his place in tonight's semi-finals, where he will play the Belgian Dimitri van den Bergh. So Danny Noppert averaging 94, that's despite missing 17 darts at double. Vincent averaging 90, and no maximums for him compared to 4 for Danny. And it is Danny who we'll see in our second semi-final against Dimmy. And our first will be Dirk van Dijvenbode against James Wade, which is coming up next. Did you see the touring car shirts there? The pundits there with plain black with ITV logos on, very similar to your outfits tonight, lads, by the way.
There'd have to be large wording to see him on these shirts, wouldn't there?
Indeed. So, Danny Noppert edging his way through. What do you make of that game?
Yeah, he stuck in there because he just couldn't shake off Vinny. He just wouldn't go away. And at one point in the match, I thought, is this going to be one that Vincent just manages to steal? But Danny eventually getting over the line, and it just shows what a kind of scoring performance it was to average 94-46, despite those 17 missed darts at a double. It was a high-quality game, an enthralling game, a good watch.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that semi-final against Dimitri van den Bergh. But our first one is Dirk van Dijvenbode against James Wade. And I just want to read a tweet that I saw that wasn't aimed at us, but it's basically a little bit about our coverage. Henry Cheel has tweeted, bored of the typical James Wade narratives now. It's time to just admit he's one of the greatest players to ever grace this sport, and he's the best player never to win the Worlds. His bottle's something else. Oh, and he's the top 10 player of all time. To which Keith Deller replied, 100% agree, James Wade does not get the credit he deserves. So have we been doing him a disservice, do you reckon?
I don't think so. I'd like to. I don't know. Someone send me the footage, although I'm not on Twitter for that very reason.
You were saying
but
that.
Yeah, no. Listen, we always regard him as maybe with Barneveld the joint third most successful PDC player.
Yeah, one of the CVs of all time, really. Probably third or fourth in the whole all-time list of darts.
We normally give him a lot of credit, don't we? But he does play a certain way, and we're reflecting that. We'll talk about that later, after his semi-final against Van Dijvenbode.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. De Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters gaan verder met de halve finales hier in de Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam. Nederland tegen Engeland. Please welcome first from the Netherlands, making his second World Series appearance, the 2020 World Grand Prix finalist, currently ranked number 14 in the world. It's the Overgenius, Dirk van Dijvenbode. His opponent from England, a 10-time TV major champion, currently ranked number 5 in the world. It's the machine, James Wade!
Haven't changed, had much to say, but man, I still think that cats is way. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy.
Cheers there from the crowd for James Wade, bearing in mind he's not Dutch, so perhaps not so surprising. It's the best of 13 legs now, first to 7, and a break after 7 as well. Rod Harrington and Stuart Pike will do the honours.
For the crowd getting into this first semi-final, and it is the best of 13, so the first to 7 in the semi-finals, and the final later, best of 15, first to 8. I think it's fair to say that the 4 players that we probably expected to get through the quarter-finals have done so. Van Dijvenbode taking on Wade, followed by Van den Bergh against Danny Noppert. Dirk van Dijvenbode produced some superb darts to beat Martin Kleermaker. Of course, he was superb in his victory over Peter Wright on Friday night as well. But James Wade doing what James Wade does. Far too good for Mike Kijvenhoven. He will feel that his first World Series, you could say regional or country World Series title, is within his grasp. Won, of course, the finals 4 years ago, but has never won an event in Europe or in Australia or China or Japan. He'd love to win this one.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, he's not going to have it all his own way against Dylan Boda. There's two totally different players here. You've got James Wade, who's very precise, isn't he? He doesn't rush things, he'll do everything his own way as he kicks off with a maximum just to set his stall out. Then you've got this young man that lives on his adrenaline, plenty of passion, very strong, very fast player.
58.
Well, different styles and different characters as well, aren't they?
Absolutely.
96.
Well, he made a slow start in his quarter-final against Kijvenhoven, but took out a 122 on the ball and then won the game with a 120.
140.
But they will both relish the challenge of this game for sure. This has got all the ingredients of being a tasty semi-final.
140.
Well, let's be honest, Stu, they'll both fancy their chances here, won't they? Both fancy their chances big time.
133.
Just in case,
James
good visit for Dirk.
85.
Possible 11 or 12 darter for Wade.
Well, he's got to go the bullseye route. Bullseye it is. This would be for a 12 dart. He's just looked over to see what Dylan Boda was on, and he's taken a chance there. And sometimes, you know, I'm a big believer that if your opponent's on a shot, you go for the bullseye, because one day it will come back and kick you. Well, this time it's not, so he has done the right thing, but not something I suggest.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk, isn't it?
Games on the
And it was a risk well worth taking as James Wade takes the opening leg.
Second leg, Dirk to throw first.
Yeah, I mean,
Game on.
I guess, what do you reckon in those circumstances? A 1 in 20, a 1 in 30 hit, maybe?
Maybe 1 in 50.
Yeah, so I think 161, 47 and 170 is maybe worth a risk. But not many do.
No.
99.
And when you're on a run, you know, sometimes bullseye can look very big.
134.
Very good. This has been a very, very good start.
$59.
Especially now if he can follow that maximum up. Just a little straight tunnel will do. Gets him down to the double first. Just having a look over. He's going to have to switch to the 18s, which he picks off the treble very nicely. Well, he may be in the same sort of position on the 128 for Wade. Well, this time he may have to go for the bullseye as Dylan Boda puts in his maximum. What a time to throw that in. But Wade needs another one of those. Finds it. Double 10.
108.
Well, that would have been fabulous from Wade. He's annoyed. He really is annoyed. He has to finish the leg here off. One dart.
52.
Maybe a little rushed.
James, you require 20.
Can't see him letting Van Dyven Boda off here. Last dart in hand. Oh, wow. It's not often you see James Wade with 3 darts in his hand miss to that extent.
Yeah, and you could see he was well annoyed with himself. But Dirk needs to clean this up. He can't give it away. And that's exactly what he's done. That will settle him down a bit, Stu, because If he'd have missed again, all of a sudden he's going in being a bit edgy, and that could affect his scoring power. But now, hopefully that will settle him down. But Wade kicks off again with a maximum, his third of the match, and we're only in the third leg.
And one in each leg. What a perfect way to silence the crowd.
30.
Well, they went from very, very loud to silent.
57. 93.
They will stick with it. Of course, 100 leads a finish.
100.
100 it is. Not that he will go for that bullseye if he hits the two big trebles. Doesn't have to. He won't. All he wants to do is just set this up, get the leg under the belt. Oh, it looks good for another treble, doesn't it?
100.
Averaging 107 here, James Wade. Dirt languishing around 88, 89, but this will help a little.
Yeah, Wadey 125 on his front nine as well, which is exceptional. 16 for his favourite tops to take a 2-1 lead.
44.
Now Wadey missed those 10s in the previous leg, didn't he? So, and Ivan Boda, oh, that's a bit of bad luck. You don't see bounce outs very often.
Required 20. 10.
Wow. He missed 4 darts in the last leg, and he's missed 4 darts here.
Require 100.
That is a very rare occurrence. Tops.
60. James required 10.
But the bounce out has cost him, it seems, as
James
James
on the
Wade
third leg.
finally mops
James
up.
Wade. Fourth leg Dirk, 2 for fifth. Game on. $140.
Well, whatever happens, a day off for Dirk tomorrow. Back to work on Monday.
100.
PDC Women's Series this weekend in the UK. Wins today for Lisa Ashton and Lorraine Winstanley. With 2 more tournaments on Sunday to decide the 8 women who will go through to play in the first ever Women's World Match Play in Blackpool next month.
52.
Yeah, he's just lost his rhythm a little bit. He's rushing the darts, isn't he, Dirk? Needs to just get composed because he doesn't want to get too far adrift. He doesn't want to lose the leg against the throw.
100.
Should get 6 darts from 215.
Good recovery.
Yeah, exceptional movement down to the 19s.
Just kind of hanging in, isn't he, at the moment? Ivan Boda. Crucial darts. 2 apiece.
Yeah, if he can just hang in there and then all of a sudden find an exceptional leg against the throw, get a little bit of control.
100.
See the double 18 as it flies in. Oh, this looks good. This looks very good from Ivan Boda. A maximum to kick off the leg. We talk about maximums, they hurt the most against the throw, and that's absolutely
100.
perfect. Now he needs to follow it up. He can't afford a bad visit but just throws it back to Wadey. Now a perfect chance to get total control of this leg against the throw. Not to get that first dart very low, but he's switching exceptional.
96. Dirk, you require 131.
Hasn't left a finish, so just the first break. The first big moment
91.
in this semi-final.
Crucial moment in this semi-final. But Van Duijvenbode, the young Dutchman,
100.
the pressure is on. 3 clear darts at tops to take advantage against the throw. Only needs the one. A lovely 13-dart leg for the first break of throw in this match. Now he needs to hold on to his throw very strongly. You think 15 may clinch it?
96.
Partisan, passionate Dutch crowd.
134.
Well, Wadey's average is still extremely reasonable. 115 on the front 9, or just under 116 is brilliant. And that's going to push it up even more. And as quick as Van Duijvenbode broke the right throw, it looks like he's going to get it snatched back.
6 180s
99
and 6 legs, but you wouldn't expect it to be 4-2 in James Wade's favour. But there won't be another one here.
129.
What a response. What a fabulous response from the world number 4. That's why he is world class, Rob.
Yeah, he doesn't get flustered, does he? He doesn't panic. No, he just gets on with the game. And that's a great 11-dart leg for James Wade to get the throw back. 3 legs apiece here in the semi-final of this Dutch Masters, and a good chance for Duijvenbode there to get control. But now, all of a sudden, it's thrown back in Wade's favour.
60.
Another important leg. There is a break at the end of this 7th leg. Could have been better, could have been worse.
Now we see James Wade pretty, well, very upright. Just goes up on his toe on occasions. Sometimes when he wants to find a little bit of height, that's when he does it. And Duijvenbode.
He's solid, isn't he?
A big
Gives
unit.
the impression of being all over the place with a lot of body movement, but very solid.
He is a big unit, isn't he?
140. James, you require 161. 90.
Two treble visit needed once more.
100.
That's exactly what he's done.
James, you require 71.
Now then, should be treble 17s. That'll leave his favourite double 10, although he hasn't been hitting the double 10s. Tops, though, has been pretty good for James Wade.
31.
And a chance for Van Duijvenbode to come in here and get that breaker throw straight back. What a chance this is.
Huge dart. Massive moment for Dirk van Dijvenbode. Right on the break, it's another break of throw. And Dirk believes, the Dutch crowd believes. But be sure, James Wade will have one or two things to say. First of 7 for a place in the final. And Van Dijvenbode leads this semi-final 4-3. Welcome back to the World Series of Darts here in Amsterdam. And Dirk van Dijvenbode cashing in on another James Wade miss. Very uncharacteristic. Wade has missed 9 darts at double. 7 the magic number in the semi-finals. 8 the magic number to win the Dutch Darts Masters a little later. Dimitri van den Bergh against Danny Noppert to follow. We've had 3 consecutive breaks of throw, and the advantage is with the hometown boy.
Well, this is the second time, Stu, that Van Dijvenbode has broke the Wade throw. 70 check out when Wade had missed the 71. But again, we say he's now got to hold strongly to go 2 clear. Then you can literally see the finishing line, but he needs to find the big trebles.
60.
And again, just not done it.
Well, after breaking the last time, he started the leg on throw with a visit without a treble.
60.
So has Wade. Not much support for James Wade here, but there is a bit.
55.
James Wade has hit 4 182s.
99.
Well, he didn't really get hurt there. Won 6 darts without a treble. Oh, that's a beautiful dart. And that is why the next 2 followed right next door. Oh, a maximum, and what a time.
Telling, isn't it?
100.
The first 9 darts, Wade is still around 115, 116, 20 points more than his opponent. But it's very much advantage Van Dijvenbode.
42.
Yeah, but it's normally Wade's game is not the front 9, it's the back 6, isn't it? So good at the set-up shot and taking the double out, but that part of his game has not quite been there
140.
in this match.
Dirk, you require 164.
Well, apart from the 180, it's been a nightmare leg
102.
for Big Dirk. Single 2. Only just. No doubt about that, though. And it's 4 consecutive breaks of throw, despite the maximum from Van Dijvenbode.
James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's so disappointing as a player when you break your opponent and you step up and you can't find a treble. He threw 6 darts without a treble, then found the 180, but didn't follow it up. Of course, that just opened the door for James Wade. Just a nice level 15 dart leg. Lovely 102 check out.
57.
And now he's getting a little bit frustrated, isn't he? Frustration tightens the arm up. That normally leads to low darts.
100.
The Wade will just move relentlessly on. Well, 180 in the last leg wasn't telling. Will it be in this leg?
Well, there was no frustration in those 3 darts, was there? But again, he needs to follow it up. He's still 60 adrift. he has given himself so many chances in this game, hasn't he, Van Duijvenbode, to try and get control, get a couple of legs clear. But he's just not finding those brilliant darts at the crucial times when he needs them.
And Wade is.
Yeah, absolutely.
101 average, James Wade. He hit a 180 in leg 8, lost it. He's hit a 180 in leg 9.
81.
And he may well lose it as well.
Games on the ninth
Superb from James Wade. He grinds you down.
Game on.
Yeah, 102 finished on top. So the 64 finished on top. It's clean as anything.
58.
And again, we're seeing a lot of Van Duijvenbode's darts coming low, and that is a sign of frustration. He's getting angry with himself. The arm tenses up.
100.
And James Wade, he's been around long enough. He'll notice that and think, I've just got to stay straight here.
Getting moody, isn't he? And Wade can strike again here. He throws for the game.
Well, he's either hit nothing or maximums. Nothing in between, really, at the moment. But that maximum will certainly give him a chance. 6 darts from 168 to level the game up.
128.
Brilliant. Well, this is a really good comeback after losing the last 2 legs so disappointingly.
60.
A fighting quality of Dirk Van Duijvenbode. And it's 5-all.
Well, we're down to a best-of-3 game now to see who gets over the finishing line and make the final here in Holland.
96.
Of course, it's advantage James Wade, and well, that's a little bit of emotion. Just wants to control that, keep exactly like that. Number 6 of the maximums, and what a time this would be if he could break.
4 in the last 4 legs for Dirk.
100.
But again, Stu, you know, he's in a good position here. The game could be in his hand in this leg, and he has followed it up. And again.
140.
Can't believe he missed it.
No, but I tell you what, he'll be happy with it.
65.
Don't understand the first start of James Wade's there. Needed to find big trebles.
Brilliant leg. 85 after 9 against the dart.
Dirk to require 85.
Options, maybe treble 19, maybe treble 15. Oh.
James, you require 140.
What about this then? What about this then? What about that then? What a shot from James Wade, Dirk Van Duijvenbode, Matt Bell. Astonishment in the crowd, astonishment on the stage. And that is why he's one of the very, very best. Wow.
94.
Well, we talk about percentages and how many times you can take that shot out under pressure in that sort of situation, and well, that is top-notch from a class player.
97.
I mean, Dirk Van Duijvenbode would have been standing back there and going, well, I'm going to have 2 more darts at the double. I can't see why he's taking this out. And then the way the first dart went in, you're thinking, well, he's going to get a poke at the double, and exactly what he did, but Dirk comes back with a maximum.
7 in total, 5 in the last 5 legs. James Wade is making a move as well.
140.
I'll tell you what, in any match coming up to the end of the game, that 140 was magical. As you say, he missed the ball
95.
to break the throw, but oh, he must have thought 2 darts coming up at 8 to go to the verge of victory. Are we looking at a decider?
Well, I think we are now. Dirk does not have to go for the 25 with his first dart. I would stay on those 20s, big fella. You don't need to take that bullseye out. Oh. He's opened the door, hasn't he? A bad visit.
That's just the pressure of the situation. Simple as.
55.
Well, treble 19 is what he's looking at.
Did you require 89?
Brilliant semi-final. And we have a deciding leg. 6 apiece, the crowd will get involved once more. No acknowledgement, no handshake, no nothing. On with the business at hand, and only 41 from Wade.
Well, Van Dijvenbode's hit 7 180s. And he'll take that. It may not have been a 180, but I tell you what, that is a superb kick-off from the young Dutchman.
Concentration on his face.
That was a bit edgy from Wadey, wasn't it? A bit jerky on the dart. He's trying to push it in a bit.
Fabulous game.
45.
Oh dear. The door open again for Wade. Have to switch, has to switch.
59.
Yeah. 2 low darts there from Wade, has to switch on that. So Van Dijvenbode with the advantage that he's got the throw. 9 darts from here and he'll be in the final.
93.
Fantastic.
100.
The drama of the last leg decider.
Needs 2 trebles really, doesn't he?
98.
Not that colour treble with the 3rd dart though.
Did you require 125?
So, is this your moment, Dirk Van Dijvenbode?
$53. James, you require 100.
Tops.
40.
So you feel it's now or never for a place in the final of the Dutch Darts Masters. Dirk Van Dijvenbode has done it! Look at the reaction! Listen to the reaction! The Dutch are in the final. James Wade loses a thriller. Dirk Van Dijvenbode wins a thriller.
Dutchman Dirk van Dijvenbode has just wowed the home crowd in Amsterdam with a stunning last leg victory over the machine, James Wade. 7-6 the score, and with a break in the deciding leg. 97.75 average to James's 96, 7 maximums for Dirk, and 7 out of 11 on the doubles. And he will be back very shortly to meet the winner of our second semi-final, which is Dimitri Van den Bergh against Danny Noppert, which we'll get to very, very shortly. But wow, what a finish.
Yeah, it was an enthralling match. You didn't quite know what was going to happen. James got a little bit embroiled early on, and then when he took out that 140, which is typical of Wade, under all sorts of pressure, he seen Dirk miss the ball for the break and then be able to throw for the match. But yeah, credit, what a shot that was. But Dirk just about held on in that deciding leg, and it was all caused by that poor start from James Wade, and then he was chasing. And even at this point, you think, well, this would be typical of Wade. He loves tops, but you can see the reaction.
Yeah, I'll remember it for two things. The James Wade explosion there when he took the 140 out, because he doesn't often do that in a match. And then we saw this explosion from Dirk when he hit the 666. Sort of just didn't know what to do at first, and then just went for it. Bang. But we love to see that, don't we, off players? When it just shows you how much it does mean to them when they get that off.
And James applauding Dirk's 4th dart or 12th man, whichever way you want to refer to it.
Do you think he was genuinely applauding the crowd there,
No.
or do you think he was being sarcastic because they booed him and jeered him?
Listen, they're playing on Dutch soil. It's the same for, well, Gezi Price wherever he goes, really, but especially in the events that are in England, the match play, and we've seen it for Irish players in the Grand Prix. It is part and parcel of the game now.
Really quick word on our second semi, Dimitri against Danny.
Well, Dimitri, obviously we know, we've spoken about him already. Danny almost gone under the radar, hasn't he? We have to remember, he's a major winner.
Okay, well, let's see who will prevail and meet Van Dijvenbode in tonight's final.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Het is tijd voor de tweede halve finale van de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters hier in de Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam. Nederland en België tegenover elkaar aan de hockey. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to play darts. Let's welcome first the man from Friesland, the reigning UK Open champion, the Fries, Danny Noppert. And now his opponent, he is the reigning Viaplay Nordic Darts Master, the 2020 World Match Play Champion, Dancing Dimitri Van den Bergh.
Dancing Demi's done that twice tonight. Will he get to do it for a third time in the final? We'll find out. Dan Dawson and Rod Harrington will talk us through it.
We have one finalist already. Dirk van Dijvenbode will fight it out for the Dutch Darts Masters title here at the Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam. But will it be an all-Dutch encounter against the UK Open champion Danny Noppert? Or will Dimitri van den Bergh give himself a chance of doubling up after winning in Copenhagen and continuing this victorious streak that he's on? It is a fascinating semi-final we have lined up for you here between the snake-hipped dancing Dimitri van den Bergh and the much more reserved Danny Noppert, although there have been times this weekend when he's been anything but reserved on the dartboard. 10 180s to his name so far, Danny Noppert. Twice the number that Dimitri has thrown, but he is the world number 9. That makes him the highest ranked player left in the tournament. That's only 3 spots above Danny Noppert, the UK Open champion in the world rankings, and he will be defending a big old chunk of money at the World Match Play in a few weeks' time, Dimitri. Well, it's actually a couple of spots ahead of Danny Noppert, who's the number 11 now, the UK Open winner from this year. It is a massively, massively significant tournament for all 3 players left in it. Dimitri van den Bergh will be the favourite, but it's not a massive difference between the pair of them. How do you see this one playing out, Rod Harrington?
Well, I'm going to go with Dimitri, but it wouldn't surprise me if this man Danny Noppert pulls it out of the bag, because, I mean, when you look at the performances, beating Michael van Gerwen and the way he beat him, I mean, it was a brilliant game. At one time there, you know, 119 average, 120 odd on the front 9, and then going to a last leg decider against another fellow Dutchman, Vincent van der Voort, and pulling that one out of the bag. So, you know, his game and his mindset is in the right place. But so is Dimitri. You know, his quarter-final match was pretty solid from the start. But the one thing in Dimitri's favour, he has been getting out of this gate very quickly. He did it in Denmark. I know we keep talking about it, and he did it in his last 2 matches. And that's what he's got to do here, because he's learnt how to stay in front.
Well, Dimitri hasn't really been tested so much this weekend. 6-2 against Ron the Bomb Meulenkamp, and then 6-1 against Wattimena. But you would expect him to be tested in this contest, because Danny Noppert has been playing at such a consistent level for quite some time now, and he has beaten Dimitri the last couple of times he's faced him.
83.
Well, a small advantage for Van den Bergh. Good switch. Yeah, absolutely brilliant switch.
Well, Danny, when he beat Vincent earlier this evening, his first leg, he did absolutely nothing, and then he sort of sprung into life a little bit. He has done absolutely nothing so far with his first 3 visits to the ball. Dimitri just being given an easy time of it. This opener leaves himself a 2-dart checkout. There are some Belgian fans in. They are heavily outnumbered.
Well, he went for the 25 there, Dimitri, because that leaves him 96, which his favourite double is the double 18. So the treble 20 leaves that. So the young man is thinking ahead all the time. He's going to get at least 6 darts from here, though. 14.
68.
It's actually an unusual way to go when he didn't need to go that way.
Well, he blocked the treble 20, hadn't he?
Yeah, he had, but you know what? 3 big 20s would have done. But he's coming down to 14s. He splits out and comes down to them 7s. That's a bad route. Now, if he pins his first dart, then that's all well and good. But there's going to be the odd occasions when this can come back and kick you. But he is very composed. Oh, he's hit the 7s. That's all good. The first leg on the board for Dimitri van den Bergh.
Well, Danny Noppert not even down to a finish. If he'd wanted, he could hit a big fat 12 and leave double 8, if that's what he wanted to do. But board management, sensible decisions from Dimitri.
100.
Yeah, but I go back to he hit the 25 to leave the 96, to then leave the double 18, which is his favourite double. And then he went against that thinking. But he didn't go against the thinking there. Kicks off with the first maximum of the match.
There have been spells over the last couple of years where Dimitri Van den Bergh has looked like one of the very best on the planet. Obviously the match play win a couple of years ago. He had a run to the match play final last year. He was brilliant at the Grand Slam of darts. And he had a very good, let's not forget, a very, very impressive Premier League campaign last year where he didn't even make the top 4, which was baffling considering how well he'd played seemingly every single night. But there might just be something happening with Dimitri. A bit like what we've seen with Michael Smith in recent weeks, where if he can start getting on a roll, then the titles start coming. And it's not just one title, it might be 2, 3, 4. Maybe some more big ones.
97.
Well, Danny Noppert on a bogey, so Van den Bergh will come back for that 84 to break the throw. Certainly he's going to set it up now, Noppert. A 140 will leave that double 14. Okay, you'd like to see this first dart go in the treble 20. It'll leave the 12s, but could be the bullseye route with the third dart. Oh no, it ain't. It's double 12.
Very nicely done. It is a 12-darter from Dimitri Van den Bergh.
Third leg is Dimitri to throw
When we talk
first.
about how many darts you're going to use against the throw, and we talk you've got to throw 12 darters, that's exactly what he's done.
Oh, I'm not sure, Rod, but I think this young Belgian fella might be getting out the gate quick, as we call him.
Well, certainly up to now he has, hasn't he? It's the best thing about winning the bullseye in the back room to throw first, because if you win that break and you step up, you're 3-0 up. The other way doesn't work, but 3-0 up, you're really putting pressure on your opponent. And certainly the second leg on the trot, 180, 140, 181 after 6.
Well, at the minute, Dimitri looks like he'd still be averaging 110 if he was throwing with that sock putty on his throwing hand. It's looking very, very simple for him. That first dart is making things so much easier for him. Oh, how about that?
165.
Well, when I talk about hold on to your throw strongly, Dan, I kind of mean this.
Yeah, pretty strong.
Yes, you could say that. Don't see many 10 darts. We've already had one in the game, in the tournament. And now, Dimitri, a young Belgian, for 10 darts. Yeah, absolutely exceptional play from an exceptional young man. And a 3-0 lead. Well, he's only on 115.5 on his average.
Steady darts.
And only 138 on that front 9, which is steady.
Very steady.
A little bit of an improvement there, perhaps?
There's room for improvement, but not much, Rob. Well, I'll tell you this, if those averages stay the same, there is only one winner of this match.
Yeah, but you know Danny Noppert's going to start to find it sooner or later. He's just getting, I'm just about to mention, he's getting his first dart low, and it's so important to get that first dart right.
But there is, you mentioned it, if you win the ball and you manage to hold and break and hold, 3-0, there is that scoreboard pressure. And you're putting pressure on your opponent, you're forcing them to make mistakes. The arm can tighten up, that first dart can get dragged low.
Absolutely. Yeah, as an ex-player, I can assure you that happens an awful lot to every player. Even the greats, it happened to Michael Van Gerwen at times, Phil Taylor, Dennis Priestley, as I mentioned earlier on.
A little bit lower than he would have liked. But he comes away with a ton, and once again, Dimitri Van den Bergh is first to a finish. Danny Noppert making a real effort to get that dart higher, give him something to work off. He can't make any use of it.
No, and he's opened the gate here, hasn't he? 161. It is a check out. It isn't now. Maybe 25 here. Yeah, 25 it is. Leaves that 96 as he did in a previous leg.
Well, it's not a must-win leg for Danny Noppert, but he is in serious bother if he goes 4-0 down here. And it could happen in just 2 darts.
Yeah, especially against Dimitri, the way he's playing at the moment. He hasn't let anyone up from that sort of position. Oh, now he's hit that treble 20, double 18. Cross to the 9s. Oh, and he's hit the double 9 for a 15 dart leg. 96 check out, and Danny Noppert can just smile. He's thinking, no, and it's double 9. And Dimitri's just hit it.
Well, I've often been told it's the trickiest switch on the dartboard, but it looked pretty straightforward there, Rob.
Easy double, isn't it, really?
But Danny Noppert scratching his head. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to raise his game massively, but it's easier said than done. Cast your mind back a couple of weeks. Dimitri Van den Bergh in the final in Copenhagen raced off into a lead. It genuinely looked like he might whitewash Gary Anderson in the final in Denmark. In the end, Gary rallied to get some sort of measure of respectability to the scoreline, but it was still a comfortable win. And right now, everything is pointing to a comfortable win for Dimitri, because Danny, under this pressure, is struggling to get his act together, and there's an element of panic in the darts we're seeing from him.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And those last 3 darts said it all. The way he stopped and tried to talk to himself, just trying to get himself focused. Now, that's the first dart he wants to see, because it's so easy to do this from that first dart. First maximum on the board for the Dutchman.
Well, his 11th of this tournament. And we know he can go in these spells of hitting him leg after leg. He's got to find one of those spells by the looks of it. Or he's certainly got to hope for Dimitri Van den Bergh to have a real tumble down from the stratospheric levels of performance he's producing.
Well, that's the second time he's got the first dart in the top of the treble or above the treble, and he's found a good score from it. He's just got her over pitch, and we have Dimitri
59.
Going off the ball a little bit, Dimitri, this leg. There we have it. I mean, he can find another treble from there quite easily. He'll go 14. It should go 14s here, perhaps 18s though. Yeah.
Well, a 180 and a 174 in this leg. Danny Noppert has finally arrived. Has he come to the party a little bit too late? Go on, leave double 1. Coward.
130. And you require 20.
Well, to get his first leg on the board, and it is one of those breaks, a throwback, although he's going to need 3 in total if he's going to win this match. Double 5, just stands back, composes himself. What a super dart that was. An absolute must.
Danny to throw first. Game.
Well, the good news for Danny Noppert is that we will make it to some post-break action in this game. And there's more good news for him.
100.
Something might be happening with Danny Noppert's game.
Well, we said, Dan, that he was going to find it in the end. He weren't going to play as bad for the rest of the game as he did in the front 4 legs. And Dimitri just gone off the ball a bit, so a chance here for Noppert to get himself back in the game.
See, the numbers are converging, but they've got to converge further if Danny Noppert is going to establish himself in this game.
Yeah, but the Dimitri Van den Bergh averages there, both of them. If he keeps that up, it's going to be tough to beat. Needs to find. That's okay. He's got plenty of leeway in this leg.
96. Danny Uruguay 81.
Well, he doesn't need to go the bullseye route with Dimitri Van den Bergh not on a check-out. Well, treble 18 would be handy here now, which he finds. Double 12. Double 12 it is for a 12 dart holder throw for Danny Noppert. And he's rolled off two really tidy legs on the trot there. 15 and 12, Dan. Very tidy.
But here comes Dimitri. Looking to hit back. If Danny Noppert can get to the mid-game break, 4-3 down, he has had a huge result here.
Well, this is, apart from the last leg, this is the most important leg of this match now. If Noppert can win it, gets a break, a throw back, gets within one, but if Van den Bergh wins, then 5 legs to 2. Well, he only needs another 2 legs. Could be tough for the Dutchman. But he certainly has found his game the last 3 legs.
Yeah, the trebles are starting to be found by Danny Noppert. When he does start scoring properly, he is a match for anyone. Just go and ask Michael van Gerwen. Dimitri does get himself to the biggest finish of the lot. Danny Noppert can join him there with a treble 17. He can't find it. 6 starts from here for Dimitri Van den Bergh just to put his foot down and reassert himself in this semi-final.
Doesn't need to go to bullseye, but he will. Oh, he does! Takes out the 170, Dimitri Van den Bergh, to take a 3-leg lead in the semi-finals here in Holland. 2 legs away from a final place. It will be the second World Series final for Dimitri Van den Bergh. 5 legs to 2, he leads Danny Noppert.
Dimitri Van den Bergh with the biggest of finishes and has set himself up very nicely for back-to-back World Series finals. Look at the stare from Dimitri there. He was coming under some serious pressure from Danny Noppert, who'd fought back from 4-0 down, but that might be the key moment in this semi-final. In this half of the draw, Dirk van Duijvenbode has already taken out James Wade. He is looking to become just the 4th host nation player to win a World Series event. But right now, the Belgian #1, averaging 108, just taken out 170 checkout. He might be the man to beat here at the Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the ironic thing about it, Dan, he didn't need to go for that bullseye because Danny Noppert was not on a checkout.
He was a fool for going for it, Rob.
The laugh looked good though, doesn't it?
It looks all right.
And I'll tell you what, it looks great for us who are commentating and you at home that are watching. But the confidence to go for it and get it, well, he hovered across the stage, didn't he?
Well, just look at those. 12, 12, 12 and a 10. 4 of the 7 legs, more than half of them have been won in 4 visits to the board. That is mind-boggling.
140.
You can see the confidence by the way he threw darts 2 and 3. First dart was perfect, follow him quick, and Dimitri does not normally throw his darts that quick.
45.
But he's on a right run at the moment. And you said about Michael Smith getting on the run. I can actually see this young man getting on a run.
He's got everything. He's got the temperament, he's got the skill, he's got the scoring power, he's able to finish.
Love his temperament. Yeah. For a young man, you do not see this sort of temperament and composure very often.
Danny Noppert's got a few weapons in his arsenal as well. Raced through that visit looking for his third 180 of the contest. He's on the back foot, as he has been for the vast majority of this game. Did beat him on the Euro Tour earlier this year. Danny Noppert victorious on his way to the final in Graz in Austria when he played Dimi. He also beat him last year on the telly for the Players' Championship finals. But Dimitri is looking very good for a first TV win against Noppert.
134.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, he's taken out at 170, so the 136 should be just... Well, needs a treble to leave his favourite double 18. Oh, and that's a bad kick.
4 and tops. Just wants to avoid the flight of that first dart. And he managed to do that. Couldn't find double top. Dimitri Van den Berg's got a choice here. He can go aggressive and go at the treble 17 to get 2 darts at double top. Some players will go at the bullseye first.
The old-fashioned way, Dan. I got a feeling Dimitri will attack at the 17s because he will think, I can hit a treble with one of the first 2 darts, although it looks like 25. Yeah, 16. That leaves the bullseye, and that's not a bad guide. Could have been the second leg on the trot.
Danny required 20.
He wasn't far away. Far enough as far as Danny Noppert's concerned. Double 5.
15.
And I think Danny Noppert might be sliding away in this one.
Just not going for him, is it? Double 8 for a 6-2 lead. 6-2 it is. One leg away from another final for Dimitri Van den Berg. And Danny Noppert, that was another breaker throw. He just has run out of steam a little bit, hasn't he?
A little bit, but a lot of that is down to the incredible stuff that Dimitri has thrown in the first 4 legs of this. He put him under pressure. He has barely relented. And he is looking to burst through the finishing tape. He is averaging the best part of a ton for the entire tournament. He has only dropped 5 legs so far this weekend.
Yeah, there we have the averages. 106 overall average, and what we call the front 9, which is where the scoring power, you need that, 120. For every 3 darts, he's averaging 120. That's pretty tidy.
Well, look, you scored 360 with your first 3 visits to the board. You left on 140. So if you do that every leg, you are constantly asking questions of your opponent. And Danny Noppert, he had enough answers to deal with Michael van Gerwen. He had enough answers to deal with Vincent van der Voort. But he has not come close, really, to halting this run of Dimitri Van den Berg. He couldn't do it again. That would be ridiculous.
That would be very unsociable towards Danny Noppert, wouldn't it? We would love it.
140. Dimitri required 107.
Just do the same thing, Dimitri. You did it a moment ago. It might have been the key moment in this semi-final, but it won't be the final moment in this semi.
57. Danny required 167.
Treble 19 and bull. We've seen the biggest finish in the game. Why not the second biggest? Not to be. And that's been the theme of this one for Danny Noppert. Again, that pause. Dimitri Van den Berg just trying to keep his cool. Keep cool, calm and collected. Match start, double 18. And Dimitri Van den Berg, he deserves to applaud himself. As convincing as it gets. The 113 to win it, the 170 to really assert himself. It's a big ton-plus average from the Dream Maker. And having won in Copenhagen on the World Series, he is looking to go back-to-back and take the title in Amsterdam. Dimitri will face Dirk van Dijvenbode. One man will become the Dutch darts master tonight.
England's Lionesses made a huge statement at Elland Road last night with a 5-1 win over the Netherlands. They're the reigning European champions. And England complete their preparations for next month's Euros, which is being held in England, away in Switzerland. And you can see that match on Thursday afternoon right here on ITV4 from 4:30. Well, that man, Dimitri van den Bergh, has set up a rather intriguing final of the Dutch Darts Masters after a 7-2 victory over the Dutchman Danny Noppert just now. And Dim will be back in around 15 minutes or so when I'll be banging out the hardcore tunes for the walk-on anthem of Dirk van Dijvenbode. I will look forward to that very much. Well, we'll look ahead to the final shortly, but whilst the players take a little break away from the bright lights of the Oki, we're going to talk about those that juggle a day job with a place on the tour. One of the highest-ranking players who does this is a Dutchman, Dirk van Dijvenbode, who we're going to see in just a moment in the final. A fan favourite who spends his days on an aubergine farm. Here's a little glimpse of his daily routine, courtesy of our friends on The Darts Show.
The Titan, Dirk van Dijvenbode!
Started here when I was 15. I'm 29 now, so it's been almost half my life. I was in the warehouse, of course, harvesting aubergines and other stuff like that. Yeah, we're getting the aubergine plants out now for the year. But there's still a few over there, so we can walk up over there. Time goes quick, because you're busy all the time, and I always had my earphones in. Some proper classic music on my ears. No, I always had the hardcore stuff in as well, of course. Makes you work harder.
Do you like aubergines?
Yeah, I do, sometimes. Not every day. This is my office. This is where I work. It's an old woman. She sent me this and she said she wanted to take this with me as a mascot on stage. I said, I can't promise that. I said, you'll have a nice place on my office. So this is my practice area. Last year, when I made my tool card back, I spoke with my boss and I said, is it okay if I start practicing at work as well? I like it that I can practice on my work, because this is more, you go into here, I see there's a job in here. I got the breaks and I extend them with time of my own, which isn't paid, to practice. And well, results were a lot better. Then making the Grand Prix was already the achievement that I was looking for. And then you also make the final. It was more of like a reward, but also confirmation that you made a good decision.
Dynamite from Dirk van Dijvenbode. He cannot believe what he's just achieved. Top darts, young man. Top darts.
So do you think that having a real world job makes you better in the darts world?
It doesn't make you spoiled. I think that makes you real.
Interesting, isn't it? It's a really interesting dilemma and a difficult one for players who have very different private lives, family lives, etc., as to whether to go full-time pro or whether to just keep that sideline to keep their brains ticking over away from darts.
Yeah, and the dynamics of the game has changed. Of course, we've got a lot more younger players that have less responsibility, so they've not necessarily got a family at home or kids' mouths to feed. So the options are slightly different. There's more responsibility and more pressure. Back in our day, there was very few of us that didn't juggle travelling on the tour and a full-time job. And Alan was a psychiatric nurse right the way up until, you were world number one, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and you were finding out your results of your exams the day after playing in the World
final, yeah, that was more nerve-wracking, strangely enough. It is a good debate because, it has to be a personal decision what's right for you at that time. And I do think it has not to be a financial decision. It's got to be all about you wanting to play regularly. You don't want to be sat at home watching TV all afternoon. You've got to be practising, maybe go for a swim, whatever you do, but you've got to have a structured week and not just pack in work and just play darts at night. You've got to do things during the day, ringing around, maybe trying to get a sponsor, doing sort of corporate things or media things, whatever it is. But it has to be your decision to make in terms of you've got to know what you've got to do. You've got to have a plan. You can't just say, I'm packing in because I'm world number 10. you've got to think about the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, whether it's right for you at that moment in time.
What do most players do now, the ones that are full-time?
Well, travelling.
Apart from
mostly.
practicing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, travelling is massive now. We talked about the Premier League, didn't we? You're travelling to a Premier League on a Wednesday, you're playing on Thursday, on the Friday you're going to either a Pro Tour or European Tour.
That's only the
well, it is a minority, but you've got to look at it, the spectrum of all the players, even the Pro Tour players. There's so many Pro Tour events now, and obviously the European Tour, even further down the line, you know, for people, for instance, in Eastern Europe who are tour card holders, they've got to get over here. You can't come on the night before, you've got to come 2 days before maybe, and you're not leaving till the following day, then you've got to do it again the following week, and sometimes 4 or 5 events on the spin. It's very difficult, but you've got to get it right for yourself.
And that is why they started doing the Pro Tours midweek. So really, if you were a tour card holder, you'd have to have a very, very kind employer that would give you that freedom to have time off, because the weekends were so stacked with Euro Tour events that you had to get the allocation of Pro Tour events in for the ranking.
If you go back a few years before the pandemic, traditionally Players' Championships were just a weekend, but because of the pandemic and all the issues that we all know about, we had runs of 4 or 5. So we've carried that on a little bit because it worked for the players, because then you're just away once for 5 days instead of twice for 2 and 2. There's so many events now, it's very hard to get them in. Putting them in midweek is better because the professionals, they can get the time off, they know the calendar at the start of the year. It's just all about planning, isn't it? And making sure it's the right decision for you at that time.
And some of the players do have sidelines, top players. Gerwyn Price, when I interviewed him for several hours, actually, for the documentary on ITV4, Against All Odds, which is still on ITV Hub, by the way, if you'd like to look it up sometime. A little cheeky plug. So he was saying he very much spends a lot of time working on the properties that he has around his village and a cafe. Yep. Joe Cullen has his own cafe now as a sideline. Gary Anderson has his lake as well.
A lot of us had pubs, and I personally had a pub and a restaurant. Alan bought into clubs along with Bob Anderson at the time. And of course, that attracts not just local players, but when you can put on your own shows, and I used to go up and do a few at Alan's, or we had the Bob Anderson Classic up in Blackpool. You know, that was Phil Taylor had the Cricketer's Arms, of course, Eric had the Crafty Cockney and Leek. You know, it was just it just seemed like the natural thing to do because that is your environment. But you know, we had no choice back then because, of course, the prize money available now, you know, we only had 2 or 3 tournaments a year, and a certain Mr. Taylor was about, and he was a greedy man. Mm-hmm. So we had to find a way of making ends meet, and of course, then we had to pay for the tour. So we were going to America sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a year. Well, that wasn't cheap. Well, it's not cheap now. It wasn't cheap back then. And of course, the Pro Tour players now, if you've got a tour card, there's no entry fees anymore. For us, it was £100 a go.
There are some players, Alan, who do give up work altogether because they can financially afford not to work, but then actually it doesn't work for them, and perhaps is that down to the burden of only having darts to think about?
It has to be a mindset thing, really, because in sport, you're never guaranteed anything. You've got to win. If you win, that's when you get all the accolades and the prize money and the trophies, and it's quite easy to fall down the rankings, and then the pressure's on you a little bit more, and it doesn't quite work out. I mean, a strange example is Glenn Durant. I mean, he worked, you know, he won Lakeside 3 years on the spin, came over to the PDC, he thought that was the right time. He had a terrific couple of years, packed in work, and now he's struggling with his game at the moment. I hope he gets it back, because he's a lovely fella. But it just shows you how quickly it can disappear.
And the pressure associated with keeping, not only, you know, for them type of players, it's being in the top 16, because that obviously gets you the invites into all the events and guaranteed the money.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting debate. Well, it is time that we go to our final break. Before the final, we will be discussing it in just a moment. Dirk van Duijvenbode of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, taking on the Belgian Dimitri van den Bergh. That's coming right up.
The thing that's kept me on the straight and narrow 100% was boxing.
He hits so hard.
When you talk about against the odds, Tony Bellew may be your perfect story.
Well, stay, kid.
Thank you. See you after, champ.
He's a winner.
I'm so proud.
He's never going to be a world champion, but he is.
Another chance to hear Tony Bellew's story from a childhood in Toxteth to a world title and then to starring in an actual Rocky movie. That's on Tuesday night here on ITV4. That is the latest in our Against the Odds series that we were talking about just now. It includes all the previous episodes with our Gerwyn Price one that we did, and that is available to watch on ITV Hub. So do check them all out. They are absolutely brilliant. At least the ones I didn't do well. No, the Gerwyn Price one was fun as well.
It was.
Really worth a watch. So we've got a lovely final coming up. A very good one in terms of the crowd. The homeboy, Dirk van Dijvenbode with his techno, hardcore, whatever it's called, walk on, and then Demi van den Berg.
Yeah, I think Dirk's going to have to find another gear, and in a lot of their big meetings over the years, I mean, it's 3-2 to Dimi in recent times, and Dirk's going to have to put up with shots like this. I mean, he quelled a comeback, Alan, didn't he? It was on the cards.
Yes. Well, he took a 4-0 lead, including a 10-darter in there, and then Danny got two back. As Dimi, they're looking at 113 finish to do the. But that 170 was the right time to do it because he didn't have to go that route. But the reason he did was because he was almost stopping Danny coming back at him and just telling him, no, I'm in charge here.
Yeah, he's only dropped 5 legs in 3 matches. He beat Ron Meulenkamp in the first game 6-2 and then 6-1 against Jermaine Watermainer, who played so well last night as well.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, he's well ahead, but as we know, records are for DJs. It's a fascinating final. Can make a big case for both. I picked Dimi at the start of the show. I just think the confidence he would have taken from winning in Denmark put him in a good stead. And of course, it's Dirk trying to cross that line and pick up that first TV title. So that's added pressure, of course. And I just think Dimitri's in a good place and the composure's there. And Dirk's really had to battle, especially to get through that Wade match. So it depends what he's got left.
Yeah, he beat Peter Wright in the first game, didn't he? I mean, and then there was so much emotion because we keep talking about the emotion. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He lives and breathes every point. Even though it's the first semi, might it have taken a little bit too much out of him?
Sometimes I think with Dirk, he puts too much pressure on himself. But then you almost think, well, does he need that to get him through the game? Because he's explosive, isn't he? He wears his heart on his sleeve. You said there, he's got the crowd behind him. He wants to win because he's in Amsterdam. He loves it, doesn't he? He's lost in a major final before, and like Chris said there, he wants to get over that line. He's desperate to get over the line. He wants a trophy on that mantelpiece at home. I think the crowd's going to have a big effect here because he's obviously quite popular because of all this stuff. He's good to watch, isn't he?
He's great to watch.
It gives you plenty back for the viewers, for the fans, all everything else. So a win for him would be great. But Dimitri's almost that perfect player at the moment, isn't he? He's got everything about him that he needs to have in the game to make him a winner. Can he hold himself together in the final?
He's almost the finished article now. A dart player most sportsmen, they go through that evolution period of where they some never become that finished article. Where you look at Dimitri now and he's still a baby in dart in terms, he's only 27, which is frightening because he seems to have been around for forever. And he's learnt over the years, and he's taken it all on board. And like we said, he's worked so much on his mind and composure. You never see him overly celebrating. He keeps it all in.
If you wrote a book of how to become a professional dart player to a youngster, and went along the timeline, it's basically Dimitri's journey. It really is.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Exactly. I mean, he's done so much at his age, and Dirk van Dijvenbode turns 30 on Thursday, and he's doing all right as well, isn't he? But this is a huge match for him tonight.
Yeah, he was a super talented youth player, was Dirk, and then he sort of went missing for a while, and then he fell out of love, and then he went missing again, and then lost his tour card, got his tour card back. But this time around, it's for him, when we were playing behind closed doors, I think that was that was a perfect opportunity to try and learn and get that valuable experience you need to become that finished article, and reaching the final with great. I mean, there isn't a player around that he's not beat, and convincingly.
That final was behind closed doors of the World Grand Prix in Coventry, wasn't it? But still a great experience for him, and it'll be a very different atmosphere here tonight in his home country, the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, against the Belgian Dimitri Van den Bergh.
Goedenavond, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Voor de laatste keer zijn we hier bij u voor de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters 2022. Live vanuit de Ziggo Dome hier in Amsterdam. It is time to play darts. It's time for the final. Netherlands v Belgium. Please welcome first from the Netherlands, the Overgenius, Dirk van Duivenbode. Opponent is from Belgium, the reigning Nordic Darts Master. Please welcome the Dreammaker, Dimitri Van den Bergh.
So it's a best of 15 legs for the final, again with a break after 7 legs. Dan Dawson and Stuart Pike are in the commentary box.
So will it be back-to-back World Series titles for the red-hot Belgian Dimitri Van den Bergh, or will it be a hometown win in Amsterdam for Dirk van Duivenbode? Cracking atmosphere, over 3,000, and it comes down to this: Van Duivenbode against Van den Bergh, the Netherlands against Belgium, to be the Dutch Darts Master 2022.
Massive opportunity for both. The Belgian looking to go back-to-back. Dirk playing in only his second TV final, looking to win his first TV title. Dimitri Van den Bergh, the number 2 seed by virtue of that Nordic Darts Masters victory just a fortnight ago. And in a tournament where we saw 3/4 of the top 8 in the world come here, most of them knocked out very, very early. We have Dimitri, the world number 9, and Dirk van Duivenbode, one of the host nation challengers, contenders, players, call them what you will, but he is still a man in the top 16 in the world. It is not a surprise to see Dirk van Duivenbode playing world-class darts. The Titan, the Overgenius. Turns 30 next week, be some present to give to himself.
Yeah, superb to overcome, finally overcome James Wade in a dramatic semi-final. Dimitri's victory, a lot less dramatic, more emphatic. Fabulous performance to take out Danny Noppert. The highlight being a 170 finish. So ready to go, best of 15, first to 8 to win in Amsterdam. Van Dijvenbode against Van den Berg.
Game on.
Well, Dimitri just composing himself. He's going to need all kinds of composure because the vast majority of the crowd here in the Ziggo Dome will be cheering on his opponent.
Yeah, and I think the crowd will play a part.
There you see the numbers over the course of the tournament. Dimitri, the 170 finish, one of 4 ton-plus finishes he's hit this weekend. You can see he's outperformed Dirk on the overall averages. It's exactly the same. They're 19 out of 46 attempts on the doubles. Dirk has hit a load more 180s, but he has played more legs. Dirk Van Dijvenbode has lost 13 legs on the way to the final. Dimitri, just 5. He is powered through.
With ease.
59.
Lost 2 against Mullenkamp, 1 against Watamina, 2 against Noppert. But a bit of final nerves for both these players.
Well, Rod Harrington said that Dirk Van Dijvenbode has got to do something nobody has managed so far, and that is to put pressure on Dimitri, to get ahead of him. At the minute, and indeed in Copenhagen, he's just been allowed to play in comfort mode. And it's because he puts himself in positions like this with shots like that.
Yeah, commanding start this from Dimitri Van den Berg. The nerves have gone. The business head is on, and he's focused. And he's won the opening leg with ease. Yeah, that's going to be the key to the final. Against Noppert, he got out to a 4-0 lead in blistering fashion, and there was no coming back for Noppert. Mind you, the way that Dimitri played in that semi-final, there was probably no coming back for anyone.
Come on, Dirkie, come on, Dirkie.
100.
That's the song. I think it's pretty easy to get the meaning of it.
134.
Again, we had a contrasted emotions when Van Dijvenbode played Wade. Very much the same here, 2 totally different characters.
91.
Now, Van den Berg has been unrelenting over the course of this tournament. It's just been consistently excellent. Dirk has had these explosive spells in games. 2, 3, 4-leg bursts. Now, he's going to need more of those.
100.
And he's going to have to hope that Dimitri just relents a little. He'll stay there.
140.
Probably needed to fill it up because 129 is a tricky checkout.
20 minutes ago, he took out 170.
134.
The pressure is relentless, as it was on Noppert, as it was on Watamina, as it was on Mullenkamp.
57.
A 4th Dutch opponent for Dimitri Van den Berg. At the moment, it may well be that Dirk is going the way of the other 3.
Well, you could hear the noise levels rise, and Dimitri Van den Berg just shuts it out. Back-to-back legs, both in 5 visits to the board. And the Dream Maker is just playing in a little bubble right now at the start of this game.
140.
Yeah, just trying to refocus. A 5th PDC final for Van Duijvenbode. Lost the big one, the World Grand Prix, to Gerwyn Price. Has won 2 and lost 2 Players' Championship events. Lost a final to Dimitri Van den Bergh. And lost another one just a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
Yeah, to Michael Smith. I mean, this being his 6th PDC final, the only ones he's lost are to Gerwyn Price, Michael Smith and Dimitri Van den Bergh. It's not like he's missing opportunities. He's forced them to play well in all those finals as well. Michael Smith particularly 2.5 weeks ago.
96.
Said at the start of today that Dirk Van Duijvenbode, he was targeting making a TV final. He's targeting winning a title, but this was the first step, the first target. He's achieved that already. Certainly got the game to be a major champion, because he does this an awful lot. An awful lot! And he drinks in the adulation of the Ziggo.
Hasn't left a finish, that won't worry him. He needed something
100.
just to get him into this final. Maybe that is it.
60.
Only comes up with 60 to follow. He's in a 1 treble combo. So is Dimitri Van den Bergh, but his combo will have to be finished by the bullseye if he only picks up the 1 treble. Treble 18 it'll have to be. Bullseye it is.
86.
Not this time. And Dirk Van Duijvenbode to get into this game. Can he find his way to the green bit? He can't.
56. Dimitri, you require 38.
He does split 38, and he's done it again. Normally, to great effect. Crowd silence yet again. It's 3-0 to Dimitri Van den Bergh. And at the moment, Dirk Van Duijvenbode is powerless. The frustration. Well, in the last leg he hit a 180 and then very little else after that. That's why he lost the leg.
Dimitri hits back with a nonchalant 180 of his own.
Superb from Van den Bergh, who was it who famously said, "The kid can play."
Little snarl from Dimitri there. With the way he's been playing over the last hour or so, he'll fancy anything is possible. You could see a perfect leg from Dimitri in this game.
57.
Too inconsistent. A head-to-head of 10-4 in Van den Bergh's favour tends to suggest
96. Dirk, you require 170.
before a dart was even thrown. But now it would tend to suggest even more.
57.
He went 4-0 up on Noppet in the semi-finals.
132.
And he annihilated Gary Anderson in the final in Copenhagen. Treble 19. Doesn't get a go at the bullseye.
60. Dirk, you require 113.
They're praying for Dirk. Will their prayers be answered? Double top.
93. Dimitri, you require 72.
First dart at a double in the final. This is absolutely magnificent. He has silenced this crowd from the off. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. He's averaging 14 points more than his opponent. And it's showing in the scoreline. 4-0. Well, Dirk is desolate. But Dimitri is giving him no real opportunity.
100.
Well, there you see. Ruthless from Dimitri Van den Bergh.
$100.
He needs one of those explosive spells, Dirk Van Dijvenbode, and he needs it now. Just the one dart missed at double by Dimitri, and it did not matter, as Dirk didn't even get a look in that third leg.
131. $62.
Just sometimes your opponent is too good. Sadly, you're too bad. And that, without putting too fine a point on it.
Well, look, he's had two very good
truth.
displays.
Yeah.
He's had two very good displays this weekend and taken out James Wade and Peter Wright. He had one slightly off one, and it was about this sort of statistical level, and it was good enough to see off Martijn Kleermaker. It's not going to be good enough to see off Dimitri Van den Bergh. It has to get better.
Well, he's nowhere near done in terms of quality in this final.
Dimitri is only halfway for the winning line.
100.
But he's inching further and further. Signs of life from the over genius. He's hit 180s in the last 3 legs running. It's about time he won a leg.
But each time, Van den Bergh has hit back and silenced the crowd.
$76.
Wow.
Dirk
Wow.
requires $66.
Finally he misses, and Dirk Van Dijvenbode can take advantage. Double 18. Double 9. Fails to take advantage.
Dimitri requires 16.
Can't see a way back now.
No score.
Wow.
Dirk requires 18.
He is human after all.
Games from the 5th leg.
4-1 after 4 missed darts from Van den Bergh. The final has come alive.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode asking for more, whether it's from the fans or himself, I don't know. He could probably do with a bit of both.
140.
Somehow he found a way. Somehow Van den Bergh missed 4 darts.
140.
Well, he missed 1 dart at double in the previous 4 legs.
True, but he was 4-0 up on Noppert. Noppert put a couple of legs together, and it took a 170 finish from Dimitri to shut the door and stop the comeback. Might we see something similar develop here?
$91.
That's where he wants it.
140.
Well, he had to stay there and try and leave a finish. Never write Dirk off, but even now, it still looks improbable. But
138.
Improbable is not impossible.
90.
Well, goes very aggressive. And he's paid the price there.
58.
Conventionally, you'd be looking at the 20s, get a dart at the bullseye. He's gone straight at the ball, and then he's missed the big number. And it allows Dimitri a crack at this 72 for a 5-1 lead. And is this a key moment in this game? Double 12. 14 darter. Dimitri is not relenting.
The coolness and experience,
7th leg, Dimitri
and focus,
to first. Game on.
and all the above. And look at that. He gave himself a chance of back-to-back legs, then made a mess of it.
93.
Dimitri Van den Bergh has blinked only once in this final. Cost him a leg, but it's unlikely to cost him the trophy, you would think.
94.
But we've talked about this, I know, but it just emphasises the point about Van den Bergh when he's in that zone
58.
on the stage. Everything else just gets shut out.
Well, you only have to think back to the match play last year, where he saw of Gerwyn Price, who was screaming and roaring and trying to get some kind of a rise out of Dimitri Van den Bergh, and he just withdrew like a tortoise into its shell. And he just stayed in his little cocoon and played darts and did his talking on the board. That's what he does. Doesn't matter there's 3,000 mad Dutch fans. Doesn't matter there's Dirk van Duijvenbode stomping around the stage. Dimitri is doing what he's done all tournament, averaging very high 90s, taking most of his chances and beating people and beating them well.
$174.
Well, I think that just makes our case done.
Well, a maximum from Dirk. But we've just said Dimitri Van den Bergh cares not what you're doing. He cares not for the noise, because he'll just shrug it off and pin the double. And he does it again. And Dimitri Van den Bergh leads 6-1 in the final of the Dutch Darts Masters. He has stunned the Ziggo into silence here in Amsterdam, because Dimitri is 2 legs away from going back-to-back on the World Series.
So Dimitri Van den Bergh is flying in Amsterdam. He is 6-1 ahead in a race to 8 in the final of the Dutch Masters. And the World Series continues. It is off to Australia and New Zealand before the finals back in Amsterdam in September. That will be with us. We will be there and we cannot wait. It's fairly straightforward at the moment for Dimi Van den Bergh. 2 more to go.
Just every opponent that's been put in front of Dimitri Van den Bergh has been swept aside. As we come to the end of the tournament, the astonishing record that he's still only lost six legs in 4 matches.
140.
It is a long way back for Dirk van Duijvenbode. But while there's life, there's hope. Dimitri looking to extinguish it with no mercy whatsoever.
I remember this shy young man coming on the dart scene, as you do, playing youth events
91.
and saying that he's going to be good, that he's going to be very good. He's always had confidence.
133.
He lied. He's very, 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 very good.
Well, the two-time world youth champion, much has been expected of him, but the last couple of years in particular he's delivered. And he is continuing to deliver, and he's going to deliver so much more because he's delivered another 180.
Dirk Maguire, 138.
Well, relentless and ruthless.
He has been known to go straight at the ball. I don't think he will. Even the confidence of Dimitri Van den Bergh that is coursing through him right now, he's not going to do that, not in a TV final. Sensible. But not as deadly as he has been.
2 180s in the leg, but 2 missed darts at double.
Games from the 8th leg.
Dirk gets one back.
Dirk van Dijvenbode. 9th leg, Dimitri to throw first.
Different circumstances, different player, but I think it's fair to point out that he was 6-1, 7-2 and 8-3, was it, up against Fallon Sherrock in that dramatic Nordic semi-final
140.
last year.
Yeah, he's not been in many World Series tour events, Dimitri Van den Bergh. But that is the only one, ridiculously, where he hasn't made the final. Did it in Germany back in 2018, lost out to Mensur, then lost in that semi-final in Copenhagen last year, won in Copenhagen this year, and look what he's doing here. He's winning here, surely he's winning here. 180 number 5.
And maybe he's winning over a few of those partisan Dutch fans as well. With his brilliance. 106 average now for Dimitri Van den Bergh.
I think grudging respect is the best he can hope for, rather than wild applause.
99.
Well, the numbers look pretty decent for Dirk van Dijvenbode, but he's only been allowed 5 darts at double, and that is going to inflate your average a little bit. Dimitri has had almost 3 times as many darts at double because he is dominated.
Yeah, maybe treble 20.
50.
Well, even the slightly scruffy visits, he's affording himself time to have them.
100.
And even the legs that Dirk has won are because Van den Bergh's missed doubles. 4 in one, 2 in another.
It could have been a whitewash.
Games from
13
the 9th
darter.
leg.
Once again, Dimitri Van den Bergh is on the brink.
$57.
We've seen shocks this weekend. We've seen some of the biggest names in the world of darts knocked out very, very early on. But it looks like it's going to be won by the bloke who won the last one.
95.
And why not? Why not, Dimitri? 6 180s for Dimitri Van den Bergh. 4 in the last 3 legs. Plus a 174 in the leg before.
105 average, 50% on doubles. He has done everything required of him. Total darts in the shadow of the Johan Cruyff Arena in Amsterdam. There has been no weakness to his game, Dimitri Van den Bergh. And nobody's got close to exposing any chink in the armour.
You require 150.
Maybe the last darts that Dirk throws.
He's improved his average round on round. He's at least matched, if not bettered, his margin of victory round on round. He has got better and better and better. And who knows how good he could get. Because he's a couple of darts away from doubling up in the Dam after winning in Copenhagen. He can be the Dutch darts master right now. And the brilliant Belgian goes back to back. It does not matter what the crowd did. It does not matter what anybody did. He has swept aside 4 Dutch players, one after another, here in Amsterdam, to claim another World Series title just 2 weeks after landing his first.
7 legs. That's all that Van den Berg lost in the entire tournament. World class from the Belgian in the World Series in Holland. What a performance. Too good. Too good. And Dimitri Van den Berg makes his mark in the World Series once more. Well, in many ways, it was the complete performance all through the weekend. The checkout percentage was around about 45% for the whole tournament. 6-1-8-2, taking it total to 13 for the impressive Van den Berg. For me, just 7 legs. He's beaten 4 Dutchmen in Mullenkamp, Wattermeen and Noppert, and now Dirk van Dijvenbode. So it's Dimitri's day again. The Dutch Darts Masters goes the way of the Belgian. It's time for the presentation.
Ja, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes, het zit erop, de Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters. Het is tijd voor de prijsuitreiking. Alsjeblieft een hartelijk applaus voor de presentatieparty, zoals we dat al zo mooi noemen. Namens Viaplay Nederland, Head of Sports, Marco Zwaneveld. Receiving a trophy and 10,000 British pounds. He is the runner-up in this edition of the Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Dirk van Dijvenbode. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown our champion. He already was the Viaplay Nordic Darts Master. He now is the 2022 Viaplay Dutch Darts Master from Belgium, the Dreammaker, Dimitri van den Berg.
Dimitri, come here, my man. Congratulations, you are the Dutch Darts Master. You've swept everybody aside this weekend. You must be delighted.
You know what? For me, it wasn't hard to play the opponents. For me, I've played every game against a Dutch fella, against Dutch quality. And that's exactly what Dirk is. I know exactly how Dirk is playing amazing. And all of a sudden you hear the whole crowd singing, "Come on, Dirkie, come on, Dirkie." I had to be so strong in my mind. Guys, I was never playing Dirk. I was playing your support for your fellowmanship. Yeah, I understand it. I gave my best and I managed to win, and that's incredible. That's incredible.
To win in Copenhagen, the Nordic Darts Masters, and then just a fortnight later to win another World Series event. You're in dreamland right now.
Oh yeah, the dream maker is dreaming, making his dreams coming true. And I freaking had to beat a player like the Titan. And not only the Titan, also the crowd. The crowd was so much backing Dirk, and I understand them. You know, Dirk is an amazing player, and I've got to say, guys, I respect this guy so much. We know each other for a long time. If you hit me, all right, I understand. But I only had one goal. I want to win for my little girl, for my little family, and this is amazing. Sorry if I beat them. Thank you.
You don't have to apologise, they understand. Let's bring in our runner-up. Just give us a moment, Dimmy. Dirk, come in here, my man. I know it's not the result you wanted, but he was just too good on the night in the final, wasn't he?
No, I was not good enough. I wasn't, well, he played well though, but I think I could have done better than I did. And I was just disappointed that I didn't play a good game, because it felt great. I felt a little bit unlucky sometimes, hitting the treble fives in the corner, triple ones in the corner, triple threes in the corner, triple sevens in the corner, and at some point you think, yeah, just not my game.
To have beaten the players you did, though, and play in the manner that you did, particularly against James Wade, against Peter Wright, then this is still a significant weekend for you and a great experience playing here at the Ziggo.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love playing for a crowd that's supporting you so much as they did, and I love them all. And I love my girlfriend as well, but I love them as well, and it was just a great feeling, and you just, yeah, I'm disappointed that I didn't win it, because you want to win it for them, and it didn't happen, but yeah, could have done worse this weekend.
Well, the Dutch players have really stepped up this weekend and played some excellent stuff, you particularly among them. But this could be just the start for you. You said you wanted to make a TV final, you've done that already, and there's bigger prizes to be won this year.
Oh, this is the last TV tournament before the match play, and I feel ready, and hopefully I'll get another gear for that one, and let's go.
Can't wait to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up here at the Dutch Darts Masters. It is the Titan, the Uber genius, Dirk van Duijvenbode. Well, we've got to give our final words to our champion, Dimitri. We talked about this already this weekend. You've seen what Michael Smith has done recently. He started winning one title, then it was another, and then there were more and more that followed. That's got to be the target, hasn't it?
At the moment, what happened? What have I done? Like I said, I didn't only play Dirk. I didn't only play the class that Dirk has. I've also had to play the massive support he had over here. And just listen, everybody just sang, Dirk, bedankt. Dirk, thank you very much. That's exactly what this guy deserves. At the moment, wow, my dreams are coming true.
Your dreams are coming true, but you did win the match play a couple of years ago. You made the final last year. That's got to be the next target, right? Because getting that trophy back, to add to that one, have you got enough room for all these trophies?
I've got to make room at least, don't I? I'm still dreaming. I've got to do it step by step, but to winning it this weekend, honest to God, I know I'm not a Holland guy. I know I'm not from the Netherlands, but guys, I am so close to my home. So for me, this is incredible alone. And thank you for the Belgian support. And besides that, thank you for anybody else. Thank you for Total Darts. Thank you for Viaplay. Thank you for the PDC. I managed to win. And my family, my little girl, my little beautiful wife next year, we are living a dream.
You are living the dream. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Dutch Darts Master, your champion this weekend, the Dream Maker, Dimitri van den Berg.
I think Dimitri's quite happy in a way, isn't he? He's very happy. He didn't quite get the support that perhaps he wanted. But we'll debate that final when we come back after the break. Dimi, the winner again. Dimitri van den Bergh is the Dutch Masters champion, just as he was the Nordic Masters champion 2 weeks ago here on ITV4. He's enjoying himself at the moment. He's on a roll. He can't stop lifting trophies, which is pretty handy with a World Match Play coming up. Oh, they like him now, don't they? They've not been on his side throughout the evening. Bearing in mind, he's beaten yet another Dutchman, his fourth Dutchman in a row. Pretty impressive. Meulenkamp, Watermanen, Noppert, and now Dirk van Dijvenbode, and pretty convincingly so.
Yeah, no wonder the crowd didn't like him.
Yes.
He just blitzed 4 Dutchmen. Yeah, it was dominant from start to finish. I was impressed with him last night. I was impressed with him 2 weeks ago when we covered his victory there in Denmark. And we spoke about it about Michael Smith. You know, once you get on that run and that genuine belief and confidence is there, and you're in form, you take some stopping, and he proved it this weekend.
Were you a little bit surprised there, Alan, bearing in mind that when he came out, he looked a little bit weary, perhaps?
Well, you know, 3 games in a day, it's not just the practice and everything else, it's the mental preparation, isn't it? You've got to get yourself ready for a game, and then once you've won it, get yourself down again and then prepare for the next one. So it does take a lot more out than you think. But he's been in the cauldron, hasn't he? He's played, like you say, 4 Dutch players in the Dutch cauldron and dropped 7 legs over 4 matches. Incredible.
Yeah.
And you often see him sort of saying to himself, calm down. He almost gets himself into this Zen-like mood, and it works for him. Look, it's whatever works. We talked about making those small, 1% improvements, and that's what he's done. And as I said before that final, we've watched the evolution of Dimitri, in front of our very eyes over the past 10 years.
Yeah, we need to get him up to the studio at Amsterdam, don't we, to talk us through this sports psychology that he's been doing that's clearly working for him, because he's doing these little things which are making a real difference to his game.
And he's made those increments. When he won back-to-back World Youth titles, I mean, his performances there, and both of them he averaged over 100. He's some player, and like I say, me and Alan have watched that progression over the past 10 years or so, and I mean,
it doesn't happen overnight, though, does it? That's
no.
the thing. He's been doing it from the start. And you look at the stats there, 10 points ahead there, 104.6, with all them people shouting against him, wanting obviously the home man Dirk to do well. But again, stats again, he's doing this on such a regular basis.
And the 2 legs he drops down, and he had chance to win them. He could have won it 8-0. And Dirk in that interview, as he said, sometimes you play someone, they're just unplayable. They never give you enough opportunities to get a foothold in the match, and that's something I think one of the commentators touched on, that he has learned how to lead and then dominate his opponent. Listen, all the players can have off days. We see it happen all the time from the very best, from the elite, the top 8. We've seen them, averages in the 80s. It can happen. You're not robots. But Dimitri's not far off it.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. He mentioned in his interview there about how mentally strong he felt against the crowd, going back to the psychological side of things, and how important that is, that he could manage a crowd like that 4 times, beating the home player.
Yes, you have to be, don't you? Certainly when you put up against that. I mean, there was a lot of people in that room shouting against him. The noise was massive. It really was. That came across really well on the screen. But he's in his own little bubble.
And all these match-winning moments, Alan, he's just been so clinical, hasn't he? He's made it look very easy.
180 averages tons more or less nearly every time he goes to the board. You equate that to 15 dart leg for every single leg he's played. If you're throwing second, you've got to do it in 12, otherwise you lose. He's
and look how many legs he was taking out in that 13, 14, 15 bracket.
He's getting off to such a good start. When you're playing against somebody who's so mentally strong, it's going to be hard to get back at him. And that's proved to be the case in all 4 of his matches, and particularly in the final there.
Well, exactly. And tonight's semis and finals, he's averaged almost 104 against Danny Noppert, who beat Michael van Gerwen. And he's averaged 104 against Dirk van Dijvenbode, who's been playing so well
nearly
today.
100 for the entirety of the tournament. That takes some doing, again, in that hostility of a partisan crowd. When you say in football, don't you, about the 12th man, and in dart, we call it the 4th dart. It is very, very hard, and you have to have that ability to completely shut it down. And he does. There's no reaction, when they're giving him stick. He does it at his own pace and at his own time. He He won't be rushed. He won't be forced. He won't react. And that's why he's winning.
Yeah. He did the right thing. He mentioned it at the end. He didn't, like you say, he didn't react at all during the match. He just concentrated on what he had to do and did it rightly. But at the end, he mentioned it about, you know, I know you're shouting for your man, which is fine. I understand that. But I'm not far away. I'm just over the border. But he's so mentally strong now. But he's earned that right, because he's obviously learnt that and carried it on. And I mean, the World Match Play, great moment for him. But for me, his biggest moment was getting to the final the following year, because people thought, it's a one-off, all that kind of stuff. No crowd there, but he got to a final the second year and played outstanding. And Peter Wright had to play his best to beat him.
Yeah, that was one of the best performance, most dominant performance since the era of Phil Taylor, that win for Peter Wright. And Dimmy made it all the way to the final in a very, very tough tournament. So that just, again, that's another example of that mental strength.
Which is the next TV tournament, and he's got to defend the money he won 2 years ago, so he'll be up for it.
Quick word for Dirk.
Well, he's had a great tournament. He'll be disappointed the way he played, not the result, but the way he played, because he didn't perform at all in the final. But he's had a great tournament, and he'll be looking forward to the match play. Like he said, he's looking forward to the next TV tournament.
He wasn't happy with himself, though, was he?
No.
He wasn't happy, but luckily it's not too long till a big one, which is coming up very soon. And we will be back very soon, in just a couple of minutes, in fact, when we're going to talk a little bit more about the rest of the World Series, because there are events coming up in Australia and New Zealand. See you in a moment. Dimitri Van den Bergh of Belgium is the Dutch master after a victory tonight, 8-2 against the local man Dirk van Duijvenbode. So that is a World Series event, and now the World Series heads to Australia and New Zealand in August, where some of the most memorable moments of the tour have taken place. Here's a little reminder of some of those golden moments on Dart's globe-trotting tour.
Young Corey Cadby certainly doesn't lack in ability, doesn't lack in confidence. High hopes for young Master Cadby here. Tops for the young man. Double 10. Oh, well done. Well, held it all together beautifully there, didn't he?
Cadby's already taken a big check out the leg before.
What a good dart to lead double 12. Oh, brilliant for the young man. He's giving Taylor a fright. Incredible drama on the opening night. And Cadby is one away from taking out Taylor in the World Series in Perth. 5-2. Corey Cadby causes the biggest upset in the history of the World Series. He has taken out Phil Taylor with an amazing performance. James Wade against the young Canadian Dawson Michel. Big things expected of Awesome Dawson.
And that's where it needs to be. None of the hedge from Awesome Dawson. Rupert. But that is where it needs to be. 2-1 to Dawson Michel. Double 18 he wants. And double 18 he pins. Look at the celebration for the 21-year-old. Double 9 can't afford to miss inside. But he pins it. We're going all the way. James Wade and Dawson Michel in a one-leg shootout for a place in the quarter-final.
Well, the pressure is really on James Wade here.
To break the young Canadian's heart and go through to the quarter-finals. My word, James Wade.
Made a mess of it. Could not quite believe the enormity of what was about to happen or what could have happened. He can't look. Michel! Oh, Wade's missed 6 match darts. This is absolutely incredible. Awesome Dawson could be about to secure the most amazing win of his his career.
Double top.
It is there! Awesome Dawson Marshall sees off the machine. The 21-year-old has done something very, very special.
First to 11 to win the Auckland Darts Masters, Corey Camby and Kyle Anderson.
Well, he isn't going to come back.
That's a really good dart. He was nearly there, wasn't he? Can Anderson punish him yet again? One leg of darts between the two Aussies to decide who is the champion here in Auckland. Well, he has now. Absolutely brilliant. That is absolutely incredible.
A perfect lie on that first dart.
How about this, though?
140.
Well, now he's relying on Kyle Anderson missing. It has been a quite fantastic final here in Auckland. For the biggest win of his life. Anderson wins the Auckland Darts Masters in an absolute thriller. What a performance! What a final! Paul Anderson! Who will be crowned the champion here in Sydney?
Something very special going on tonight.
This is must win.
Brilliant for Austin Taylor. Trying to keep the momentum, and this game has been all about that word.
Well, 5 180s in 8 legs from Philip Taylor. You don't often see that from Taylor, but you do quite often see that. He fancies the 9 darter, you know. Never been done in the World Series.
Could it be? Could it be now? Treble 19, double 12 for a 9-dart leg. There it is! 9-dart finish from Philip Taylor.
Amazing! Amazing! He loves making history. History in Sydney as Taylor makes it 6 of the very best. Take him out, Philip. A 9-darter in the World Series in Sydney.
I'm well chuffed to be in the semi-final. I wanted to win my first game. I never thought I'd get to the semi-final straight away. I'm really excited to play Dimitri tonight because I know he's going to be all guns blazing. It's going to be a good game.
Dimitri, one of the players that could just run away with this match. And he's got complete control. He's 3 legs away from the final.
Fallon Sherrock.
I stuttered to the finish, but it's a good finish, 1-6. One more leg back.
Nails it. She'll be thinking, if only I could have found darts like this earlier in the game. Oh! Well, Fallon is right back in this. She's won 4 out of the last 5 legs. Look at this from Fallon. 180, 89 now. All of a sudden, 10-8. The heart will be pumping, the adrenaline will be flowing. Oh, the pressure telling. 8-match darts now. Fallon's going to get 1 to level it up. Unbelievable dart from Fallon Sherrock. Who would have believed this? 10 apiece. He led 7-1. Is made
Some great moments there. It's fun watching darts, isn't it? Hey, what a sport. And look at those venues still to be played. Townsville in Australia in August, followed by Wollongong, and then Hamilton in New Zealand at the end of August, before we're back with you for the World Series of Darts finals in Amsterdam, where they quite like their darts, as we've discovered this weekend. It had been cancelled twice due to the pandemic, but we'll be there and so much looking forward to it, aren't we? I think we're going to appreciate it more than ever, aren't we, when we've had something taken away.
There to watch back on them 5 there were great, fantastic.
Especially seeing Kyle Anderson, bless him.
Yes.
Well, that's going to be really poignant, isn't it? Because now world champions Simon Whitlock and Damon Heta, it's going to be quite emotional for those guys.
It'll be for the two lads. I mean, they were over the moon, obviously, for winning the World Cup, but going back to Australia quite soon after and being announced on the stage as world champions will be a great moment for them, and for lots of other reasons as well, we mentioned. It'll be great for them. Honestly, they will be absolutely over the moon walking on that stage with a trophy in Australia.
Meant so much to them.
They love a winner in Australia, don't they? The Aussies love to win.
Only in the sports are they good at, is it? Anything they're not good at.
Which
like
is
the
pretty much
Australians,
most of them.
Americans.
Yeah, maybe not football, but yeah, it will be. It'll be a great moment, and it'll be a tribute to Kyle Nadal, and especially taking the trophy back home for both of them, because as you know, both of them relocated to the UK to pursue their dreams.
Yeah, there won't be Dimitri there though. Joe Cullen will get his chance.
It's in the next phase of players, of course, that all the other countries get to see. You know, it's just how the PDC pick them, and you know, this is a global game, and of course they're spreading the word, spreading the brand, and trying to create more broadcast partners, keep the sponsors happy, and keep that £16 million rolling in that the players get to play for every year. It was about £16.50 when me and Alan played.
Let's hope there's all the drama and quality we've seen in the first three, because they've all had so many stories and journeys during the tournaments. This one, brilliant as we know. 3 more to go. You know, Australia, it's been there since the start, hasn't it, from the World Series, and produced some marvellous players. Damon Heta, the recent one, who's turned into a real top professional.
He won a World Series out there, didn't he?
A World Series event over there. Decided to do what Simon did, relocate over here, which is difficult, as we know. Him and his partner, you know, they go everywhere. And he's, you know, on the Pro Tour, he's always there and thereabouts. He's such a hard player to beat now, and he's getting better and better.
It's going to be so hard, though, isn't it, for players from that part of the world to compete, obviously, in the PDC. And we saw what happened with poor Kyle Anderson, spending so much time away from his young family to provide for them, having to base himself over here for a lot of the time.
Well, this is why we have PDC Europe, we have the CDC in North America and the Canadian Tour, and of course they've got the DPA in Australia, which I think has just been, has it been renamed to something else, or is it still the same?
I think it's DPA and DPA New Zealand for the New Zealand quartet.
So they get their opportunities to thrive in that environment, and then when they reach a certain level, then they make that transition across. So it's not like they're coming over blind and gambling. You'll find out pretty quick. If you don't dominate down under, you're not going to dominate in the UK.
Because they have qualifiers for all those events for the local players, it's massive for them, because they want to get on that stage in front of all their home fans and show what they can do and see if they're good enough to go to that next level.
Absolutely, and they've got to play in Corey Cadby, who we've seen the talent of him, but of course a few disciplinary issues, shall we say.
It's a shame, because as we've seen from that little bit of footage from the sort of special moments down there, when he beat Taylor, and then of course he went on to go so close to winning in the final, and then he made the final of was it the UK Open? He lost to...
and he won the World Youth Championship.
Yeah, super talented
everything
player.
Everything was there for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there's a conveyor belt of them. The kids on the Challenge Tour. It's just frightening.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Chris. We'll see more of you very soon, and we'll have coverage of the Queensland Masters we were talking about on the weekend of the 12th of August here on ITV4. A reminder, though, that we have live British touring car action tomorrow morning. Join Steve Ryder and the team at Croft in North Yorkshire from 11:30. And tomorrow night on ITV, an emotional and powerful watch as Dame Kelly Holmes explains her decision to come out recently. That's at 10:20. In Amsterdam tonight, Dimmy's done the Danish-Dutch darting double. We'll be back with him in Amsterdam in September. We look forward to seeing you then. Bye for now.